Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to a brand new video where we are going to make a complete event booking app from the scratch with the help of Flutter and Firebase with an admin panel. So on this video, we are going to cover user authentication, event categories, payment integration, and many more. So do not forget to hit that like button and show your support by hitting that like button, and let's keep the like aim on this video of 1k likes. I know you will definitely do that, and also do not forget to hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the awesome videos we upload on this channel. Now let's get started. So before we move forward, let me show you the complete event booking app that you will simply make it from the scratch with the help of Flutter and Firebase, and how the app will look alike at the end of this video. So here you can see that it is an onboarding page, or you can say a sign up page, and here I have simply added some of the graphics in the sign up page with a text like unlock the future of event booking app. So this is the some title that I have simply shown in the sign up page so that the user can simply interact that it is a event booking app. And here I've written discover, book and experience unforgettable moments effortlessly. So this is just a, you can say, a simple sentence to attract the user's point of view. And here you can see the button name sign in with Google. So here on this video I'm also going to teach you how to simply sign in with Google. And here you can see one more text name admin panel. So I will show you admin panel later. First I'm going to show the user side of the app. So first I'm going to simply sign in with Google, and we can click on continue button, and I will simply use one of my Google account to simply sign up in the app, and will directly move to the home page, or you can say the user side of the app. You can see that the message registered successfully, and we have directly moved to the home page. And here at the top you can see that this app simply get the current location of an user. So we have used a geolocation and geolocator. So I thought that we need to use something extra on this app that I have didn't taught ever in any of my series. So that's why I have simply shown this current location thing, so that the user can simply show the current city where they are using this app. Yeah, so here it simply shows the current location. So don't think that I'm in San Francisco. We are just using an emulator, that's why it shows our current location San Francisco here. And it simply write hello Shivam Gupta, and here it will simply show the username that the user have simply used to sign up. And the main function of making this event app is that, for an example, we are going to show the events in this app that simply present in our location. Like if the events is like 100 or 200 kilometer away, then that doesn't make any sense to simply show that events to that user. So that's why I have simply used some advanced feature, so it will simply show the all the events that going to happen in their locality or your location. And here you can see that it simply shows a different upcoming events with a date, the event name, a location where it going to held, the price of a ticket. And you can see that I've also added some of the categories like music, clothing, festival, food. So these are the some categories, and the user can simply click to these categories and can directly see all the events related to that. So now, yeah, so here you can see a search bar. Now for an example, if I will simply write FAS, then it will simply show me all the events that start from FAS. So this is a advanced search feature that I have simply integrated on this event booking app. Now here let's move to the and select any of the events. So here I will simply select some event like Honey Sing concert, and here it will directly move to the detail page. And here you can see the image, the date that the event going to held. So here you can see that I have added some lorem ipsum text, though I have added a admin panel in it so that the admin can simply add like more things about event that going to held over here. Yeah, So now the user can also select the number of tickets from here, so they can simply increase the number of tickets they want to simply book, and the amount will also increase as the number of tickets going to increase. So now when I simply tap to this book now button, we have integrate a Stripe payment gateway in this app so that the user can simply pay through the Stripe. And here I need to simply add a card number, though it is on the test mode, but if you want you can switch it in the live mode and can use the app. So I will simply use a test card number and a CVC code, and will simply pay the amount. And here you can see that payment is successful, and now we can simply, yeah, you can see that it simply shows that payment successful. And now here you can see we have added a bottom navigation bar and a book now page. So in the book now page you can see all the bookings that you have done for this app. So here you can see that it simply shows me the ticket that I have simply booked by using this app for the 3 users, the amount that I have paid, the event that going to held. So it simply shows the date over here with a event name, the location and the image. And here you can see that there is one more option which is of profile. So in the profile option you can simply see that the user can simply see their image, the email, the name, the contact us option, log out and delete account. So through the logout they can simply log out and can simply move to the sign up page. Now let me show you about the admin panel. So here we need to simply enter the username and the password, which is just a unique username that only the admin knows. So this will simply make the admin panel more secure. So I'll simply enter the username, which is a Peter, and will simply enter the password 123456. Yeah, so this is the unique username and the password, and we directly move to the home admin page. And here you can see that we have added like a 3 option that we can simply handle through the admin panel. So first we can simply upload an event. So here you can see that the the admin can simply enter the event name, can upload the image, ticket price, event location. They can simply select the category as I have shown you in the home page, and they can simply select a date from here, and also the time. They can simply select the time when that event going to held and the event detail. So these are all the things. Now in the event tickets they can simply see all the tickets that the user have booked, and they can simply check that which user have bought how many tickets. So when we'll tap to event tickets, you can see that these are the 2 tickets that I've already shown in the user side, and it has been shown in the admin panel too. Yeah, now there is a last option which is a manage profile, so that you can simply manage a different profile. So this is a complete event booking app with the admin panel and with a Flutter and the Firebase, and we are going to make this app completely from the scratch. So you can follow along with me and can simply code with me, and if you have any questions or any query, the comment box are simply open for you. You can simply write your questions of the problem if you are facing, and if you need a source code for this app, I will simply provide a source code link in the description box. You can simply get it from there. Now let's move to the code. Now let's move to the our event booking app, and here you can simply move to the leaf folder, and here we'll simply create a new folder name pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file which will be simply home.dart. And here first I'm going to make the home page of our event booking app. So first I'm going to import the package by using material.dart, and will write a stateful widget name which will be simply home. Yeah, now here first I'm going to create the UI of our event booking app. Then I will show you how to connect a backend by using a Firebase and make a complete app so that the user can simply book a different events according to their location. Now here I will write a scaffold, now a body, a container, a child and a column and a children. Yeah. Now here on this container widget, I'm going to show the color for our home screen. So in this container, I'm going to show the mixture of three colors. Basically, you can say the gradient color. If you followed my last video, I think so, last to last video, where I have shown you the use of three colors by using a linear gradient. So here I will simply write a decoration, not over here in the container. So we'll write a decoration box decoration. So we'll pass a gradient and we'll write a linear gradient. Now in this linear gradient, here you can see the colors. Now here I can simply add a multiple color. So first I'm going to use a customized color code which simply starts from 0xFF. Now I will write my color code name, which is E3E, and we'll write 6FF, something like this. So this is the first color code, and the second color code will be like color, we'll write 0xFF, F1, F3, FF. Yeah. Now the last color will be simply a white. So we'll write color and we'll write colors dot white. Yeah. Now the first color should be start from top left and end in a bottom right. So here we need to simply pass a begin and end. So here begin alignment dot top left and will end on alignment dot top, not top, bottom right, something like this. Now here, once we have created this container, or you can say a background color of this screen, let me show you the code that I'm writing in home.dart file. So I'll simply move to the main.dart and we'll write a home here. So this is like this. Now we can simply remove this debug banner. So we can simply pass debug show check mode banner to false. And here we'll move to the home.dart. Now here, after this, first I'm going to show the location, like my current address in the app at the top. So it will simply show me the all the events according to the location that have been shown in the app. So here I will use a text widget, and here I will first write my address. So here I will write something like, so this is not my current address, I am writing some random address. Yeah. Something like this. Now you can see the color, but you can see that the color is only filling that much space how much the text widget is, but I need to use this color at the complete screen. So I will simply pass a width and will pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, dot width. Yeah. And here after this I will simply pass a style, now a text style, now a color, colors dot black, and will pass a font size, will pass up to 25.0, and font weight will be simply 500. So we'll write font weight dot w 500. Yeah, I think so the text font size is too much, let's keep it up to 20. And here I need to bring something over here. So you already know the cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now we can pass a margin, not let pass a margin, because a margin will create a problem. As you know, the margin gives a space outside the container and padding gives a space inside the container, but we need to provide a space from inside the container. So we'll pass a padding edge insert dot only from the top. Let's pass it up to 50. Yeah. Now after this, here I need to simply use a row widget because I need to show a location mark, or you can say location icon. So we'll wrap up with a row widget, and here I need to simply pass an icon. We'll pass an icon, we'll write icons dot location on outlined, on outlined, something like this. So here you can see the location icon. Now we can provide some space from the left position. So we'll write left 20.0. So this is a current location of our app, like where I'm using the app. Now after this, once we have done, we need to use a text widget here again, because now I'm thinking that I will simply use the username that have been signed up in the app. Now I'm using the word sign up. So keep in mind that we are going to use authentication in this app, but as in all my series I used to like use a mail authentication, but I try to use like Google authentication, Apple authentication on this app. So this will be something different for the users or viewers who are seeing this, like they will simply can use a more authentication in the app. Now here I will simply paste a text widget, and here I will simply write a hello, and I will write my name like Shiva. Yeah, so here you can see my name. Now let's pass a height, so we'll pass a size box height which will be simply 30.0. Let's keep it up to 20, and let's increase our font size up to 25, and let's do font width dot bold. Yeah, something like this. So here you can see my name, which is hello Shivam. Now after the name is shown, I want to simply show that how much events are currently in my location that have been shown over here. So here I will again use a text widget, and will simply pass a text like there are 20 events. We'll use a slash n to change the line around your location, something like this. Now we can simply change a color of this thing, I mean the text color. So we'll simply change the color, like we'll use a color and we'll pass 0xff, and we'll write 6351EC. Yeah, so this is the color we are going to use. So here you can see the color of this text widget. Now I will simply pass a space, and will pass a space up to 10.0. Yeah, so now you can see the location of where I'm using the app, my name like hello and my name, and the events that currently in my location. Now after this I need to show the search bar over here. Now the search bar will simply help me like to search any of the events that I'm looking for. Now to show to show a search bar, you already know that we need to use a text field. Now first I'm going to use a container, then a text field. So we'll write a container. Yeah, now we'll provide a width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now we'll pass a decoration, a box decoration. We'll pass a color, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah, now after this, here first I'm going to show a search icon. Now to do that I need to simply pass a child, a text field. Now in this text field, first I'm going to show the suffix icon of an search bar. Yeah, so we'll write a decoration, input decoration. Now in this input decoration I need to pass a suffix icon. We'll pass a suffix icon, icons dot search. So we'll write icons dot search. Sorry. Icons dot search, and let's pass it outlined, something like this. So here you can see our container text field. Now here let's do one thing, let's pass a space from the right position too. So we'll simply pass a right 20.0. Let's pass the space again. So we'll copy this size box, we'll paste it over here, let's pass it to 20. Yeah, now it's look good, I guess. We can do one thing, let's pass a full stop over here. Yeah, now here you can see this line. Now if you have followed my old series, you already know the reason why it have been shown in this text field and how to remove that. Now if you don't know, then here let's move to the input decoration, and we'll pass border, input border dot none. So let's pass a comma over here, we'll pass input border dot none, something like this. Now it will simply remove this line. Now here I need to simply show some text like search your favorite location or search your location or search your favorite event, not location, sorry, search your favorite event. So I will write search your event, just search your event. So here I need to simply pass a hint text, and here inside the input decoration we'll write hint text, and we'll simply write a hint text like search a location. Yeah, so here you can see the text search a location. We can pass a padding edge insert dot only from the left 10.0. Yeah, now here I need to simply use a border radius. So I will simply pass a border radius dot circular, and let's pass it up to 10. Yeah, so here you can see the our text field has been created. Now the user can simply search any event like Mumbai. Let's give it Mumbai. Yeah, so they can simply get all the events that have been happening on that city. Now we can do like up to 20. It's up to your choice, like how beautiful you can make. Yeah, so in this event app, I have think something unique, like to add some categories. So for an example, there are some audience who want to see the music event. There are some audience who want to see a clothing event, a festival event, or a food event. So I'm thinking to add these four categories now. But if you want, you can add some more categories in the app. But here I will simply show some categories over here in the form of list view, so that the user can simply scroll and can see all the categories over here. Now to show these categories, I need to use a list view that I've told you now. So I will simply write a list view. Yeah, so we'll write a list view. Now we need to write a children. Now in this children, I need to simply write like a container. Now in this container, I need to simply use a child, a column, a children. Now here I need to simply use the image. So here you can see that I have used this 4 image according to the categories that I'm going to show. But if you want to use the image, then simply create an images folder or any name of the folder that you want, and you can simply paste the images in that folder. Now to use that image, we need to go to the perspec.ml file, and let's move down, and here in the assets you will simply need to call your folder name. I mean the images folder name where we have saved all the images. Do not forget to do that, because if you skip this process, you can't simply read the image in the app. So here I need to use the image. So we'll write image.asset and we'll use images, and here I need to simply paste our image file name. So what is our image file name over here, which is I think so musical. So we'll write musical and we'll write .png. Now I simply pass the height up to 30, width 30, and a fit box fit dot cover. Okay, something like this. Now after this, I need to simply do one thing. I need to simply use a text widget here again, and we'll write music. Yeah, now a text style. So yeah, style, we'll use a style, correct, text style. We'll pass a color, and we'll pass colors dot black, and a font size which will be simply 20.0. Now let's hot restart the app again. So you will see that there is some error because we have used a list view over here. So a list view is something like, if you didn't tell a list view to use this much space, he will simply use a space according to his wish. So we need to tell the list view that how much space he need to take to show the categories over here. So to handle this, I need to simply wrap up a list view with an container, or yeah, and we'll use a height up to 50, something like this. But let's do up to 150, 120. Let's keep it up to 120. So here you can see the our first container. Now I want to show the list view in the form of horizontal direction. So I will simply use a scroll axis scroll. Sorry. I think so. Yeah, it was right. Scroll direction axis dot horizontal, axis dot horizontal. Yeah, something like this. Now we can pass a space, so we'll pass a size box height. Let's keep it up to 20.0. Yeah, now here we need to simply pass a decoration, a box decoration, a color, which will be simply colors dot white. So this is our first category, which is a music. Let's provide some more space so that it look good. We'll pass a padding edge insert dot from the all. Let's keep it up to 10. Yeah, so let's decrease a size up to 80. Yeah, or let's pass it up to 100, and let's up to 100. Yeah, something like this. Now we can simply center this by using main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now it is in the complete center and it's also look good. Now we can simply use a border radius, so we'll use a border radius dot circular 10. Yeah, so this is our first category, which is a music. Now if you want, you can simply pass a elevation, so write material widget, will pass a elevation up to 3.0. Now we need to also pass a border radius. Now the reason for passing an elevation to this widget is because it will simply show me that what current category is being selected. Or let's do one thing, let's show all the categories like this only, because it will look good. And we'll use a material widget again, we'll paste it over here, and here I need to simply change our image file name. So first I'm going to show the t-shirt. Now the second category name, which will be clothing. Now you will think that this is event app, then how clothing come here? According to the event app is a fashion show, like a different clothing you can wear and you can simply take part in a fashion event. Yeah, now we'll write 150, or let's keep it up to 130. Yeah, so first one is music, second one is clothing. We'll pass a size box width up to 30.0. yeah, that's it is okay, I guess. Let's pass up to 130 here too, it will look good. Yeah, clothing. And let's pass the size box again, and our second file name, which will be simply a confetti. We'll pass confetti.png, and the text name will be simply festival. Yeah, so this is our third one, and the last one will be what? Last one will be food, so we'll write food. So for food I need to simply pass a dish, so we'll write dish, and here I need to simply pass food. So this is a food event, this is a festival event, a different festivals, and a clothing event. By mean clothing I mean a fashion show, so a fashion event and a music event. So these are the four categories that I'm going to show. Now here you will see that once I provide a material widget, it's simply stuck like from a bottom and it's didn't look good. Now to handle this case, I need to simply use one thing. We can simply wrap up with a container, and here I need to simply pass a margin edge insert dot only from the bottom 10.0. You can do like this, or if you want you can pass up to 5. It's up to your choice to make it like more user friendly and it will look good, something like this. Again wrap up with a container and we'll paste it over here, something like this. Yeah, now it's look good. Now we can simply scroll at different categories of the event and can go to that event and can simply enjoy. Yeah, now after this we'll show a upcoming event list below this categories. Now we'll use a text widget here again, and here I will simply use a upcoming COMING upcoming events. Yeah, now here I need to again use a
text style, we'll use a style, text style, color, will pass color dot black. Now font size, which will be 22.0, and font weight will be, let's keep it bold. Yeah, so it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. We'll pass the size box height 20.0. Now we can use a row. Now in this row we can use like copy, and we'll paste it over here. We'll write see all. Now let's decrease our font size up to 18, and let's do up to 500. Now to give a maximum space between these two widgets, in the row widget we'll use main axis alignment dot space between, something like this, and it will give a maximum space between these two text widgets. Yeah, now one more thing, if you are making this app professionally and you want me to do like some more thing to make this app really more attractive and beautiful, you will see that the categories have been cut from the right side. So it doesn't look good when the user is simply scrolling these categories like so. The reason behind this, we need to do one thing, we need to simply remove a padding from here. Yeah, now after this I can do one thing, I can simply pass a margin from here. So we'll write margin as insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. Yeah, it's not a search allocation, it is search event. Yeah, sorry for that. So yeah, now it's look good. Now let's do the same case here. So we'll write a padding edge insert dot only from the right, which will be simply 20.0. Yeah, now it's look good. Yeah, so make a app in that way, like you can give your simply 100% and make this app really amazing, so that if any of the user who are using your app can simply say what an app you have developed. Yeah, now here we'll write a container, and here after this we can use a decoration, a box decoration here again. Now here I'm going to show the upcoming events. So I will use a width, which will be simply media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now to show the event image, something over here, let me paste some image in the images folder of party and anything. Yeah, so I have pasted one image, not images, over here, which is event. So here I need to simply pass a child, and here I will use image dot asset, and here I will again use images folder name and an image file name, which is event dot jpg, something like this. Now after this I need to simply, as you can see the event image, now you can pass a margin as insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. You can pass a space, size box height 30.0. Yeah, something like this. Let's keep it up to 20, and let's keep the height up to 200, and the width will be simply media query dot of context dot size dot width, and it will be fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now after this, once we have shown the image, I want to show the upcoming event date over here. Now here you can see that there is a property where we need to overlap one image over the another. Now to whenever you want to overlap one widget over the another, use a stack widget, right? So here I will do one thing. In this container I will simply wrap up our image widget with a widget name stack. So first I am writing column, then we'll rename to stack, something like this. Now once we have shown image.asset, I want to show the container. So first we have shown this widget. Now over this widget I need to overlap one more widget. Now, so that's why I'm passing a container, and we'll write a decoration. We'll pass a decoration color, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah. Now after this, we'll do one thing. We'll pass a text widget here again. So we'll write a child, a text widget, and a text widget will write August, and we'll write we'll write 24. So we'll use a slash n over here, something like this. So here you can see this container. We can use a style and text style again. So I'll copy this style and text style. We'll paste it over here, something like this. Let's save this. So here you can see August. We'll pass 18. Yeah, so now it's look good. We can pass a width up to 50, and we can center this by using a center widget, something like this. We can pass a margin edge insert dot only, from the left 10.0 and from the top 10.0. Yeah, so this is a event date, something like this. Now it's look good, I guess. Yeah, and pass text align dot center. Yeah, it's okay. We can pass border radius dot circular. Let's keep it up to 10. Yeah, so here you can see our event date. Now if you want, you can provide a border radius to this image too. So don't wrap up with a container and try a border radius. You can try with an image.asset. You will get to know what the problem you will face, because it won't work. You need to simply use a clip react widget, and here you need to write a clip react. Now we need to simply pass a border radius. We'll pass a border radius dot circular. Let's keep it up to 10 over here. Yeah, so it's now look good. Now once we have shown the image, image of our event, a date when the event will be going to hell. Now we need to show the event name. So here I'm going to copy this text widget here again. Now what I'm going to do is that we'll paste it over here. We'll write a event name. So let's write tell me one hero name or singer name. Dua Lipa. Yeah, Dua Lipa concert. I hope that spelling is correct. Yeah, Dua Lipa concert 24. Let's pass the size box height 5.0, something like this. So once we have shown the event name, we need to show the price, because nothing is free on this world rather than my course. After this, we'll use a text widget. So we'll copy this text widget again, and we'll paste it over here, and we need to use the color. So I will copy this color code and we'll paste it something over here. Yeah, and we'll use a dollar sign. We'll tell that let's keep the $50. I think so it's okay for this concert, or if you want, you can show the price over here. So to do that, I need to simply use a row widget here again, and let's cut this text widget and we'll paste it over here. We will use main axis alignment dot space between. Yeah, something like this, but we need to use a padding edge insert dot only from the right, which will be 20.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can show the location where the event is going to held. Now here, to show that event, I need to use a row widget here again, and we need to use a children. We need to use an icon. Now the icon will be icons dot, like we can use a location on outlined, something like this, and let's keep it location on. Yeah, now we need to write a a text widget here again. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll paste it over here, we'll rename the text widget to like let's keep it Mumbai and bring the Dua Lipa to India. Yeah, so here you can see Mumbai, and let's keep it 22, and rather than bold we'll keep it W500 and we'll write India. So yeah, so now it's look good, and here you can see the first event that we have added in our event app. Now once we have done all this, we need to show a backbone of our app. You know the backbone of the main app has, which is a bottom navigation bar. So yeah, we need to show the home icon, booking icon, and a profile icon. So these are the three icons we can show in the app. So if you want, you can also add a wallet option in this app. Like you can simply store a money in your wallet and can use them in the app. Now to do that, first I need to add a bottom navigation bar. Now let's move to the Perspec YAML, and here I need to add one dependency which name as curved bottom navigation bar. So how to get a package? So let's move to the where Pub.dev. Yeah, so let's move to the Pub.dev, and here you can see this is a Pub.dev website, and here you can see a curved navigation bar package that we have searched. Now you need to simply copy this package and we'll simply paste it something over here in the dependencies. Now you can remove this version and rerun this. Now the reason you already know that why I've removed this version, because if you are using any old version of Flutter, don't need to worry, simply remove this version and the Flutter version you are using, the package will take the version accordingly. Yeah. Now after this, let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name which will be simply bottom name dot dot. Now we'll again import the package by using material dot dot. We'll create a stateful widget name which will be simply bottom name. Yeah. Now we need to write a scaffold, a body, a container, I think so we don't need to write this much thing over here in the bottom name. So here on this bottom name dot file, I want to show all the pages that I want to show in the bottom navigation bar. Now to show all that pages, let's move to the pages folder and let's create all that image page name. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah. Now after this, we'll simply write our first page name, which is booking dot dart, where we are going to show all the bookings. So we'll write material dot dart. We'll write a stateful widget name, which will be simply booking. Yeah. Now a pages folder will create another one. Let's keep it profile. So we'll write profile dot dart, and here we'll again import the package by using material dot dart again, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply profile, something like this. So here it is. Yeah. Now we need to move to the bottom name, and here I need to simply first create a list and late a list. Now on this channel I have started one series named Python. Now being a Flutter developer, you will think that why need to learn a Python, but the Python code and the code that we are using in this Dart file is almost same. I mean to say the logic, the operators, the list and everything. So if you want to know a lots of things regarding a coding, you can simply follow the Python series, because by following that series it will really help you to code in a Flutter 2, because the coding language is almost same in all the languages. It is just that it has a difference of scripting and everything, but the main purpose, or you can say a basic, is almost same. So I will suggest everyone to follow that Python series, because that will going to help you a lot in this Flutter apps too. Yeah, now we'll write a list and we'll create a list and we'll write a widget. Now in this widget I'm going to write a list name which is simply a pages. Now here I will write a list again, and we need to show the home page, and we'll write a home, something like this. Now let's call this dart file, and a booking one, so we'll write late again, a booking, and we'll write booking, and the fourth one was profile. Profile, so we'll write profile, we'll write profile and a profile, something like this. So here it is done. Now in this init state I am going to call all that pages, and we'll write a home page is not, sorry, why I'm writing a home page, home is equals to home. Yeah, same for the booking, we'll write booking is equals to booking, and a profile which will be a simple, something like this. Now we'll write a pages, and in this pages list I'm going to store all the file name. So first one we are going to store is a home. Yeah, so not, I think so, I'm okay. Yeah, home, first I'm going to show the home, then a booking, then I want to show the profile page, so I'm writing profile, something like this. After this I need to use a scaffold, so I've already used a scaffold. Now in this here I need to simply show the bottom navigation bar, so we'll write bottom navigation bar, but not in a body. We'll write bottom navigation bar, and we'll use a curved navigation bar, something like this. Now in this items is in the form the list, so I'm going to show all the icons that I want to show in the bottom navigation bar. So yeah, now in this curve navigation bar I want to show the height, which will be up to 65, and a background color which will be a color code, so we'll write color 0x ff, or let's keep it white, I think so white will be okay. Yeah, and the color will be simply colors dot black, and animation duration, and we'll read the duration up to milliseconds 500. Now in the items I'm going to paste all that items that I want to show. Yeah, so I'm going to first show the icon of an home page, so we'll write icons dot home, we'll write an outline, something like this. Now we'll write a color which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah, something like this. Now the second one is a booking, so we'll write icons dot we'll write booking, sorry, not booking, it will be, I think so, book. Now we'll pass a color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Now here I need to simply pass a third icon which will be profile, so we'll write icons dot profile. Yeah, and now in the profile, sorry, not profile, we need to pass a person, and we'll write person outline. Yeah, something like this. Now we need to pass a color which will be simply colors dot white, and here I need to simply pass a body, and in the body I need to do one thing, I need to pass a pages list and a current tab index. Now the reason, sorry, current tab index, I have wrote current tab index but I didn't pass till now. Now do not forget to pass a current tab index, because current tab index will simply keep a track like which icon you have tapped, and it will simply move the user, or you can say navigate a user to that specific page. So here we need to pass a current tab index. Now after this, once we have done all this thing, the main thing still left is an on tab function. Otherwise it will be like a human body without any soul. Yeah, so here it is done. Now after this I will do one thing. We need to pass an int and index, and here I need to do one thing. I will pass a set state and will write current tab index is equals to index. Yeah, something like this. Here it is done. Now hot restart the app. Let's call a bottom nav from here. So we'll write bottom nav. Yeah, it's all good. Now you can see the navigation bar, and I can simply navigate to a different pages and can use this navigation. Yeah, if you want you can pass the size of an icon to 30, and let's pass this to all the other icons, something like this. So here it is, and you can simply navigate to a different icons. Now let's move to the pages folder, and we'll simply create a new file which will be simply like detail page dot dot. Now we'll simply import first package by using import material dot dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply like an detail page. Yeah, so we'll write a detail page. Now we'll write a scaffold, a body, a container, a child, and a column. Container, child, and a column, and a children, right? So here it is done. Now here you can see the detail page. Now you can't see the detail page. Let me code. So first I want to show the image of the concert. So basically I'm going to show this image in the top of our detail page. So for that I need to simply get an image. So first I will use image.asset and will write images, and will use the image file name which will be simply event.jpg. Now I want to use a complete width of the screen for this image. So here I will simply use a width which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width, so that it can use a complete width of the screen, I mean the image. Now to fit it, we'll simply pass fit box fit dot cover. So we'll write fit box fit dot cover. Now let's move to the main.dart file, and let me call this page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing there. Yeah, so here it is, and here you can see the detail page, and here you can see the image. Now if you want, you can set the height of an image by using the height like up to media query if you want. So we'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2, something like this, or let's keep it up to 3. It's up to your choice, like how much width you want to pass for the image. So here you can see the image. Now once the user move to the detail page, I want to show the back arrow over here so that they can click to this back arrow and directly move back to the home page. So here you can see that there is a widget, and we need to overlap one widget over the another. So if you know the last part, so if you followed my last part, then you know that we need to use a stack widget over here. So we'll use a stack widget, not over here. Here we'll wrap up our image with a stack widget. So we'll write wrap widget, and we'll write a stack, and stack is a children property. So we'll write children because we can store a multiple widgets over here. Yeah, so here it is done. Now after this we need to do one thing. We need to show the icon that I have just told you now. So to show that icon, I will use a container first. Now a decoration which will be a box decoration. Now the color which will be simply colors.white, and now in the container I need to simply show the child icon which will be back arrow. So we'll write icons dot back arrow arrow back new, I think so, yeah, arrow back new iOS outline, and the color will be simply black. So we'll pass colors dot black, and here in the container we need to pass like, so here you can see the back arrow, but we need to pass the margin. So we'll write margin as in set dot only from the top, which will be 20.0, and let pass it from the left, which will be simply 30.0. So here you can see the top arrow. Let's pass 40 from the top, and let's pass some more padding. which will be simply 5, and here we need to pass a border radius. So we'll pass border radius dot circular will pass up to 30, or if you want you can give some more padding. So let's pass it up to 8. Yeah, so here you can see a back arrow, something like this. Now you can center it. I think so it's already in the center. No, don't pass a center, it's already in the center. Now we need to simply wrap up the container with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector we need to pass an on tab, and in the on tab I need to simply pop out from this page to the home page. So to pop it out, we need to use navigator dot pop, and we need to simply pop out from this page. So navigator dot pop context. So here it is done. Now after this, I want to show like a event name over here, and the location and the date when the event going to held. So for that, first I'm thinking that let's increase the height of an event up to 2. Yeah, I mean the image height, and we can simply pass like one thing we need to do, like we need to wrap up with a column widget over here, and in the column widget I will do one thing. I will pass an container. In the container will pass a width which will be media query dot of context dot size, dot size dot width. Yeah, so here it is now. Yeah, so here it is now. If you want to move the icon over here, you already know that cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now after this we need to write a decoration, a box decoration. Now the color which will be simply colors dot black, and will pass up to 45. Yeah, or I think so black 45, it's okay. Now we can do one thing, we can pass a child, again a column over here in the container. Now we need to pass a children. Now I need to write a text widget and the event name over here. So we'll write a event name. I think so it was Dua Lipa concert. So we'll write Dua Lipa concert. Yeah, so here it is, and we need to pass a style, a text style, color which will be colors dot white, a font size which will be 25.0, and we need to pass font weight, and it will be simply font weight dot bold, something like this. So now here you can see the text, but I need to bring the text over here. So here in the cross we can simply pass a main also. So we'll write main axis alignment dot space between. So it won't work over here, because the reason is that we haven't passed like how much space this column should take. So to help that, we need to simply wrap up with a container, and we'll simply pass this case and we'll paste it over here. So now it's going to work. So here you can see that because the column don't know that how much space I have, so in the space between he can't take a guess how much space I should have between this arrow and this container. So if we provide the height and the width to the column, we can tell that this much space is there and take a space accordingly. So I think so you get to know why we have wrap up the column widget with the container. Now here it is done. After this we need to simply provide cross axis alignment dot start. So here you can see the text. Now we can pass a padding edge inset dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. Yeah, now after this concert name, I want to first show the date of an concert when it is going to held. So for that I need to simply use a row widget, now a children and a icon. Now the icon will be icons dot, and we'll use a calendar icon. So calendar, we'll use calendar month, and let's keep it colors dot white. So here you can see the calendar icon. Now we need to show the date. So I will copy this text widget again here, and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply write the date over here. So let's keep the date 31st December 2024. Yeah, now we can simply remove this font width dot bold, and we can decrease our font size up to 20, and let's keep up to white and give a different shade, 34, or let's keep it 70, something like this. I think so it's okay. Or if you want, you can give like this too. Yeah, I think so it's okay. And let's decrease it up to 18 or 19. Yeah, so here it is done. Now we can pass a size box which will be simply a width, and will pass a width up to 5.0. So we can give a space like up to 10. After this, I need to simply show the location of an event that going to head. So we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write icons dot location on, location on outlined. Yeah, so here you can see the location, and we can pass a location like Mumbai, India. Mumbai, India. Yeah, so here you can see the location and a date. Now if you don't want to show the December completely, you can simply show that in the short form, so it will look good. Yeah, now after this we can simply pass the size box width over here, and we'll pass it up to 30, something like this, or let's keep it up to 20, and we can pass a space from the bottom. So we'll use a size box again, and we'll pass the height up to 10.0. Yeah, so here it is. Let's keep it up to 20. So here it is, and I guess now it's look good, and you can see the concert name and the concert date when it is going to held, and the location. Now once it is done, I want to show the like about event. Like we can simply show about event text over here, and a short event like a detail that the admin can simply add, so that they can user can know that what going to happen on this event. So here we need to simply write a text like about event. So we'll write about event, not over here, sorry. Let's write it outside the stack widget, and we'll simply change up to colors dot black, something like this. So here you can see, now we need to again use a cross axis alignment dot start. Yeah, something like this. Now after this, I need to simply pass the size box. We'll pass the height up to 20.0, and we can wrap up with a padding, and we'll write edge insert dot only from the left, which will be simply 20.0. So here you can see the event, about event. Now let me add a detail. So though I don't know how that Dua Lipa concert will be, I'm just writing a random text over here. So I will use a lorem ipsum text. So after this, let me copy this padding and text widget again, and we'll paste this. Yeah, so here you can see I have added a random text, and here we can show the event, like what really event and how the event going to head. So here it is done. Now after this, once it is done, we need to show the ticket, and like first the user can simply select the amount of ticket they need to buy. So for that, I need to do one thing, like we can use a row widget over here, and in the row widget I am going to copy this text widget again, and will simply paste it over here. We'll remove this text from here, and here on this text widget I will simply write like ticket, like tickets quantity tickets, tickets quantity. So not tickets quantity, we need to write a number of tickets. So we'll write number of tickets over here, and we'll simply show the text something like this. Now we can show in a black color, and here we'll again do 20, and we'll do up to bold, something like this. So here it is, we can show like this. Now we need to simply wrap up with a padding widget,
we need to write dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. Now we need to pass. So oops, there is a mistake. Like I was recording a video, but I don't know how the recording stops, and I was simply coding over here and writing a code, and you can see that I have wrote like how to select a number of tickets and how to show the amount and a book now button, but I don't know how the recording stops. So I will revise all the things that I have wrote over here. So here you can see that I have wrote a text number tickets. So number of tickets have been shown over here, and this is a container that we have created over here so that the user can simply choose a number of tickets that they want to book. Now once it is done, they can simply see the amount. So we have added a padding, and in our row widget we have added the amount, and here I have shown the book now button. Now the book now button is not done, so I need to give some styling to this book now button. So for that I need to simply write first a border radius, and here I will write border radius dot circular 10, something like this. Now let me run this project so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over here. Yeah, so here it is done. Now here you can see the border radius we have provided to this container. Now let's provide some padding, but before that I think so rather than padding we can add a height to this container. Let's keep it up to 60. I think so 60 will be okay, or let's keep it up to 50. So here you can see the book now button. Now here we have passed the width. I will decrease the width up to 20 and will pass the padding like from here. So dot only from left, which will be simply 10.0, and will pass 10.0 from the right, which will be 10.0. Let pass 20 from the left. So here it is, and here you can see the amount and the book now button. So this is our detail page, and we have made a complete UI for our detail page. Now let's move to our login page, or you can say a sign up page. That will be one of the most important thing for this event booking app. Then we are going to connect a Firebase with this app, and we'll add a complete backend to this app. Now before that I want to tell you that in this sign up page I am thinking to add a sign up with Google, because I have added like mail authentication in many of the apps before on this channel. So you can follow that series, as I've told you many times that that series will help you to get to know lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. So you can follow a complete playlist link of all the apps in the comment box. Now let's move to this series, and here in the pages folder I will simply create a new file which will be simply signup.dart. Now first we are going to import the package by using material.dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply a sign up. Yeah, something like this, and we'll write sign up. Yeah. So here you can see a sign up text. Now here I will simply use a scaffold, and we'll use a scaffold body container child column and a children. Yeah, something like this. So here on this sign up page, first I'm going to pass the background color. So we'll use a background color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Yeah, now here you can see that I have pasted one image in the images folder, and this onboarding image we are going to show in our sign up page. So I'm going to use this image by using image.asset. Now I will write images, which is our image folder name, and now the image file name, so which will be simply onboarding.dart, something like this. Yeah, so here you can see the image, but let me show you the code I'm writing the sign up page. So let's call a sign up page from here, and I think so I have wrote dart.png, sorry for that. Yeah, so here you can see the image. Now once the image have been shown, I want to show the text like in the onboarding page, which will be unlock the future of event booking app. So here I will use a text widget, not over here inside of column widget. So we'll use a text widget. So let's move to the home and we'll copy this text widget from here, and we'll use this text widget on this column widget, something like this. Now we'll rename the text to, we'll write unlock the future of event booking app. So we'll show this in the black color. Here you can see the text, but the first text we are going to show in the black color. So we'll write colors.black. We'll increase the font size up to 30, something like this. And if you want, you can give a space. So we'll use a size box, height 10.0, something like this. And now we need to copy this text widget again. We'll paste it over here, and now we are going to pass the color again. So I'm thinking to use this color now, which is a purple color, and we are going to paste this color over here. And here the text I'm going to write, which will be event booking app. We'll write event booking app, something like this. And here you can see the two text, unlock the future of event booking app. So this is how we can make a onboarding page of our app. If you have any other text to write in the onboarding page to attract more viewers to your apps or user to your apps, you can simply change a text accordingly. So now I'm going to show some text before a button to sign up, so that like I can attract more viewers. So here I'm going to copy this text widget from here and we'll paste it over here. Over here is this phrase. Yeah. So we'll write colors dot black, and we'll change the black to a different shade, which will be 45, and we'll decrease up to 20, and let's keep it up to like a normal thing. And we'll use a text align dot center. So we'll use a text align dot center, something like this. Now we can pass a size box, so that I can pass a space. So we'll pass a size box height 20.0, and here it is. Or let's keep it up to 30, it's up to your choice. Yeah. Now once we have shown the headline, and you can say a simple phrase for this app, now let's move and we'll show, I think so 20 it is okay. Yeah. So we'll show a sign up button. Now to show the sign up button, first I need to use a row widget. Now I need a Google image. So here you can see that I have added one Google image over here, so to indicate that it is a signing with Google. Now here in the sign up page, as I've told you, I'm going to use a row widget. Now a children and image dot asset, and we'll simply get the image from the images folder, and we'll write google dot png, and we'll use the height up to 30. Our width will be simply 30. Our feed box fit dot cover. Yeah, feed box fit dot cover, something like this. So here you can see the image of an Google. Now after this, I need to use a text widget here again. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll paste it over here, something like this. Now after this, we need to simply paste a text. So the text will be simply sign in with Google. I think so it is okay. So here you can see the text. We need to change a color to black, and let's keep it up to font weight dot bold. So we'll write font weight dot bold, something like this. So here you can see the text. Now let's increase up to 23, or I think so we can do one thing. Let's pass the color over here. So we can wrap up with a container, and we'll use a decoration, a box decoration. Now we need to pass a color. So we'll copy this color code and we'll paste it over here, something like this, and we'll change the color to white. I didn't plan anything about this page, so don't think that I planned how to design this page. I am coding with you all, like I've just started a recording of this video. I didn't plan anything. This is like what I'm thinking now. I'm trying to code and make this app like more attractive for the viewers to use. Now here it is done. After this, now we'll use a row and we'll write main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now we'll write a size box width, so that I can pass a space, which will be width 20.0, something like this. Now we can do one thing, we can pass a margin. So we'll use a margin as in set dot only from the left, which will be 20.0, from the right, which will be 20.0. So here it is. Now we can pass a space. So we'll copy this size box again and we'll paste it over here, something like this. Now here we can pass a height. Let's keep the height up to 50. Yeah, so here it is. And if you want, you can increase up to 70. I think so it's okay. Now we can pass a border radius, and we'll pass a border radius dot circular, and let's keep the width up to 10, or I think so 30 will looks good. Yeah, or let's keep it up to 40. Yeah, 40, I think so it's okay. Yeah, so here it is done, and here you can see a sign up button. If you want to decrease the size, let's keep the more margin. Yeah, now here it is done. After this, we can sign up with Google and can move in the app. Now let's keep it up to 50. Yeah, so here it is done, and this is a basic onboarding page, or you can say this is attractive onboarding page because we have added an image, headline, a phrase, and a button. So this is an attractive sign up page. Now after this, let's move with a Firebase, and let's connect a Firebase with your Flutter app. Yeah, so let's move to the Firebase, and here you can see the Firebase, and we need to add a project name. So I will simply upload the name or write the name event app. I accept the Google Firebase terms, and now we'll click on continue again, accept the Google Analytic terms, and click on create project button. So as you can see that Firebase is preparing a project, so wait for a few seconds. So our project is ready. Now click on continue button and we'll directly move to the Firebase. Now first I'm going to add a Android app and the iOS app with a Firebase. So here you can see the Apple, and you can connect Android and web app with a Firebase. So first I'm going to connect a Apple app. So here you see a Apple bundle ID. Now to get this Apple bundle ID, we need to move to the Xcode. So simply open the Xcode from here. So move to the runner and signing and capabilities. Now we need to copy this bundle ID and we need to simply paste it over here. Click on register app. Now we need to download this Google service-info.plist file from here, and we need to simply paste it in the Xcode. So if you have any older version of Google service-info.plist file, why I've compressed, yeah, sorry, simply delete that file, move to and rename that file. So we'll rename it up from like this, and we'll simply paste it in the Xcode, not over here. So yeah, just paste it below the info. Now click on finish button. So here it is done. We have connected a Firebase with the iOS app. Now click on next, continue to the console. Yeah, so we have added the iOS app. Now let's move with an Android app. So we need an Android package name. So let's close this Xcode first. Now we'll move to the Android and app as build.gdl. Now copy this application ID from here. We'll paste it something over here. Click on register app. Now download the Google-services.json file, and we need to simply remove the older file if we have, and we'll rename this. So we'll rename to something like this, and we'll simply paste it in app build.gdl as app src folder, Android app folder, not src folder, Android app folder, something like this. Now click on next. Now we need to copy this like plugin ID from here, and once we have copied, we'll move to the Android build.gradle and we'll simply paste it over here. So we'll simply paste it over here. Now we need to simply make some changes on this line, something like this. Remove this version like this, yeah, something like this, and copy the class path. And we need to add a colon over here too. So we'll add a colon. something like this. So this is how we can write a class path over here. And now we need to add this plugin id from here. So copy this plugin id and move to the Android app build.gradle file, and we'll simply paste the file over here. Where, let me tell you. So here we need to simply copy this statement over here, and we'll simply paste it something over here, something like this. Yeah, so here it is done. Now copy these two dependencies and simply paste it over here, and same for this one, and simply paste it over here. So this is how we can add a Firebase with a Flutter. Now if you are facing any error to add a Firebase with your Flutter app, then simply follow my barber booking app series, because there I have told you how to simply fix an error if you are facing any error regarding a connection with an Firebase. And I have also showed the thing like how to run the app on the real Android device by using a real Android device, and how to set a complete settings and can simply run your first app in the real Android device. Now here let's move to the Firebase first. So before connecting to the Firebase, I am going to tell you one thing, that do not forget to add these two lines over in the void main, in the main.dart file, because these two lines are the most important two lines to simply connect your app with a Firebase. Now if you are adding these two lines over here, but before that let's add some packages from the Pub.dev, because we need to simply add some of the packages to simply use the Firebase in our app. So to add these packages, you already know that we need to simply move to the Pub.dev, and here we'll move to the Pub.dev and we'll search our first package name, which will be simply Firebase core. Now here we'll move to the Firebase core, click on installing. Now copy this package and simply move to the perspec YAML and simply paste it over here. Now you can remove the version from each packages, because I will recommend you that, because if you remove the version, then the Flutter version you are using, the packages will take a version automatically. You don't need to simply face any errors. Yeah. Now our second package will be Firebase auth. So here you can simply copy this Firebase auth from Firebase, from the installing, and you need to simply paste it over here and again remove this version. Now the third package will be simply Google sign in, because we are going to add a Google authentication in this project. So we'll copy this package and we'll simply paste it over here, something like this. Now our fourth package will be I think so we need Firebase Cloud Firestore. Cloud Firestore will help us to upload the data to the Firestore database. Firebase auth, you already know that it simply says you can use a authentication in your Flutter app by using Firebase auth. Now move to the installing again, and we need to simply copy this package again and we'll simply paste it something over here. Yeah, so here you can see Firebase core, auth, Google signing, Cloud Firestore. So these are the four main packages. Now we need to also upload the data to the Firebase storage. So you can copy the Firebase storage for now, or I think so when we'll upload the data to the Firebase storage, I will copy that package that time. So let's move with these four packages now, and we need to simply rerun all these packages that we are adding over here. Now let's move with a sign in with Google authentication. So here we'll move to the service folder and we'll simply create a new file which will be auth.dart. Now in the auth.dart package, sorry, not a package, a file, we'll simply write the class name, which will be auth methods, and here we'll write final and we'll write Firebase auth, and here we are going to get a Firebase auth package that we have just added in the perspec.yaml file, and we'll write Firebase auth equals to Firebase auth dot instance,
something like this. Now we'll simply get the current user by using the get current user function. So I will write get current user. Now you will think that why I'm writing this get current user function. Now the use of get current user function is that, for an example, if the user have already authenticated in the app, now for a future purpose, if we need to track like if the user have authenticate in the app or not, so get current user will simply give me the result that the user have now authenticate in the app, and now I can simply push the user to the home page. So this is going to be one of the most important function. I will show you how we are going to use and how this is one of the most important function in this app. So here we'll simply get the current user and we'll check that if the user have authenticate in the app or not. So once I have wrote all this thing, now here comes our main function for sign in with Google. But before that, let's move to the Firebase, because we'll move to the authentication section and we need to simply enable Google from here. So move to the authentication and we need to add this provider, which is Google Authentication. Now simply click on enable button, use any default email ID according to your wish. Now click on save button. It will take some time over here, and here it is done. Now here you can see that it simply says that you need to simply copy the SHA1 fingerprint from here, not from here. I will tell you how to get a SHA1 fingerprint, and you need to simply add for the Android device. So this is SHA1 fingerprint is for Android device. Now for the iOS one, I want to simply tell you that once you simply enable a Google authentication, then do one thing. You move to the project overview and here you will move to the iOS device. Now simply download this Google service-info.plist file from here. Again, I know you have already pasted it in the Xcode, but you need to do it again because you have just enabled a Google authentication. So there will be a lots of changes on this .plist file. So you need to do it again. So once you have done, you have downloaded this file, we'll move to the Xcode. So here I'm going to simply open Xcode. Now here it is. Now we need to simply remove this old one that we have. So we'll simply delete this and we'll simply move to trash. So once we have done this thing, now we need to simply open this file here again and we need to remove the old one, as you know that, and we need to rename it again. So I will rename it to Google service-info.plist and will simply paste it below the info. Now click on finish and here it is. Now here when you will move to this file, you will find a reverse client ID. So this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, now you need to copy this link. You can say a link or a code, and you need to simply move to the runner. Yeah. Now go to the info and in the URL types, you need to simply paste it in the URL scheme. Now you need to do this step to simply enable a Google authentication in your iOS device. So this was for the iOS device. Now I'm going to tell you how to simply create a SHA1 key for your Android device. Now SHA1 key, you will think that what is this key? I didn't hear anything about it before. So SHA1 key is a unique key that have been provided by your system. So I will recommend you to please do not share with anyone. This is the unique key and each device has their own SHA1 key. So this is the unique key provided by the Android users to simply connect it with your Android device. Yeah, so here we'll move to the Stack Overflow website, and here you can see that for the Mac you need to simply write this command in the terminal to get the SHA1 key, and for the Windows you need to simply write this command to simply get your SHA1 key. So this is the two command for the two different operating systems. So you can simply get the SHA1 key by simply running this command in the terminal. So once you get that key, you need to simply move to the Firebase here again, and here you can see the Android here, and you need to simply move down, and here you can see that add fingerprint button. Now click to this button and you need to simply paste that key over here, and it will simply show that this is SHA1 key and add that. So this is how it going to work for an Android device. So I have shown you how to simply use a Google authentication for both Android and iOS, and still you have any doubt, you can simply ping me in the comment box, or you can directly DM me on my Instagram ID. I will try to give you a quick reply and a quick solution. Now let's move with a project. So once you have enabled a authentication from here, from the signing method, you can see that Google authentication has been enabled. Now here move to the dot, and here I need to simply write a function sign in with Google. So this is this is also an important function. So don't think that get current user is not an important function. Signing with Google is also important function, because this function will simply help that the user to simply authenticate with the help of Google. So if you have followed my old series, like I have used Google authentication many times in my old series, and as you know that we have already made 10 to 12 as before on this channel, you can simply follow the complete playlist and can add some more apps to your resume. Or if you want to get a source code, I will simply provide the link in the description box. So now here we need to write that function that I've told you now. So rather than writing a complete code for sign in with Google, I will try to simply copy the code that I have used in my old series and will simply paste it over here, because it will remain as it is what we have used before. Yeah, so this is the code that I'm going to use for sign in with Google. I have tried to copy and paste this because, as I've told you, it remain as it is in all the apps where you are going to use sign in with Google. The main changes you are going to do here while uploading the data to the Firestore database. Now we'll simply move here in the services folder, and we'll simply create one more file, which is database.dart. Now in this database.dart, we need to simply write a class database methods, and here I'm going to simply use a function name, which is add user detail. Now here I'm going to create a map. Now you will think that what is a map? So map is a combination of key and value pair. So our key is string and a value is dynamic. So the key we are going to show is in the form of the string, and the dynamic will be the, like, you can in the dynamic you can pass anything like an string, a integer, or a number, or anything. So I will suggest you that if you want to know more about a string, a dynamic character, a map, or list, I will simply tell you to follow a Python series. Now you will tell that I am trying to learn a Flutter, but why I'm going to learn a Python series? Now the Python series will simply make a clear concept about different data types like a string, integer, because in the coding world almost all these data types remain same, the usage is almost same. You just need to simply learn like what is string, what is int, and how to use them, because our knowledge will not go at a waste. It will simply help you to make it better. Yeah, so once you have done all this thing, now once you have wrote add user detail function, you need to also pass a string id, which will be the unique id that we are going to upload. Like here you can see that we need to create a collection name users, and in the doc id I'm going to tell you that in the doc id we are going to upload a unique id to the each documents that we are going to upload in the users collection. Don't get confused if you didn't understand this code. I will show you how to simply show that in the Firestore database. So but before that, let move and we'll create a map here so that I can upload a data. And again I'm going to create a map with a string and dynamic, which is a key value pair, and here I'm going to write a map name, which is user info map. Yeah, something like this. Now Here in the user info map, first I'm going to show the username. So we'll write a name. So this name in the double inverted comma will act as a string, and user details dot display name will be what act as a dynamic character. So this is what I'm talking about. Now once we have shown name, we need to show the image. So we'll write user details dot photo URL, and I think so we also need name image, I think so, yeah, email, we need an email. So we'll write user details dot email, something like this, and third one will be the id. So the id will be the unique id that we are providing to the each users. So we'll write user details dot uid. So once we have wrote all this thing, this is how you can create a map. Now to upload the data, we need to simply call the function that we have wrote in the. So for that we need to simply write async await. So I've wrote async, yeah. Now we need to write await database methods, which is our class name dot add user details, and we are going to pass this exact map name over here and the unique id. So our unique id is user details dot uid. So this is a unique id, yeah. So here it is done. To show that toast message, we need to simply write a scaffold messenger, and we'll simply write dot of context dot, and we'll write show snack bar, and here I'm going to show the snack bar. So I will simply write a snack bar, and in the content I'm going to show the text widget that I simply want to use as an toast message. So I will simply write like registered successfully. So here I am going to write registered. I hope that spelling will be wrong. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, it's correct. registered, yeah, registered successfully. So registered successful, fully, fully, yeah. So here it is done, and here you can see the toast message, and if you want you can simply provide a background color to this toast message. So for an example, it is a successful message, so we can simply use a like a green color. So we'll write background color, and we'll simply write colors dot green over here, something like this. So once it is done, we can simply upload the data to the Firestore database. Now to upload the data to the Firestore database, let's move to the Firebase first, and here you need to simply move to the Firestore database, and here we need to simply enable a Firestore database by simply changing some rules from the rules section. So wait for a few seconds. So here you can see Cloud Firestore. Now click on create database button, click on next. Now click on create. So the Cloud Firestore will take some time to set up the security rules. So wait for a few seconds until it is done. So yeah, it is done. Now simply let's move to the rules section, and we need to simply change our rules from false to true. So here I will simply change the rules from false to true. Now click on publish button and wait for a few seconds. So here you can see that publish can take up to a minute. So wait until a minute, or let's move to the our code, and here we need to simply, like when the user will click to this sign in with Google button, we need to simply call this function. So to handle this case, I need to simply move to the signup.dart page, and here I need to simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will simply use like navigator, sorry, not navigator, we need to write auth methods, which is our class name dot, we'll write sign in with Google, something like this. Now let's hot restart the app again, and if you are adding a Firestore and a complete Firebase setup, then make sure that you simply rerun the app again by simply closing all the things like a complete VS Code and this emulator, then simply run the app in your emulator, because the hot restart won't work over here and it will simply throw the error. Now once it is done,
I will simply tap to this sign in with Google button, and here you can see that now I can simply sign in with my Google account. So here I need to enter my Google account. So let me enter that. So here it is done, and I have simply signed in with Google, and here you can see a registered successfully message, but we didn't navigate to a home page because we didn't add any navigation. But before that, the text you can see in the snack bar, we can increase a font size so that we can see it clearly. So let's move to the auth methods, and here you can simply increase a font size, so you can use a style and a text style. Now the font size you can keep it up to 20.0, and we'll simply pass font weight dot bold, something like this. Now once we have done these things, we need to simply push the user to the home page. So to push the user, we need to simply use a navigator dot push, and we need to use push replacement because we need to replace the sign up screen with an home page. So now we need to simply push the user to a material page root, and here we need to pass a context, and we need to push the user to the bottom name so that we can also show the navigation bar to move to the various pages that we have added in the app. So here it is done. Now let's move to the Firestore database, because here are the details that we have uploaded to the Firestore database. Now let's refresh this page, and here you will see the collection name, which will be the users that we have already added. So here you will see a users collection. This is a doc ID, and here you can see that I have used this email to just now to authenticate with the help of Google, and this is my unique ID, and this is the image that I have uploaded in the Google, and here it simply shows my name. So this is how we can simply upload the data to the Firestore database, and now I can use this information to simply track the users, like how and which event they have booked. Yeah. Now let's move to the home page, but before that, as I've told you, on this app we are going to also add an admin panel so that the admin can simply add a different events on the app. So here let's move to the leaf folder, and we'll simply create a new folder name which will be simply admin. Now inside the admin folder there will be a first page where you can say a first page, because a first page will be simply a login page, or you can say home admin page. But before creating this two page, let's create a page so that they simply upload event for that. So here I will write upload event dot. Now we'll simply use our import, and we'll simply write material dot, and we'll write a stateful widget which will be simply our page name, which will be upload event, something like this. Now once it is done, we need to simply write a scaffold. Now in the scaffold, we'll write a body, a container, a child, and a column, and a children, something like this. Now here on this page, I can do one thing. We need to simply use a row widget, and here I need to use a text widget. Now in this text widget, I will write a main headline of this page, which is upload event. We can pass a style by using a text style. So we'll write text style. Now the color will be simply colors dot black, and a font size we can keep up to 30.0, and font weight will be simply bold, something like this. Now once we have wrote this our main headline, so let me show you what all text, or you can say a code, we write on this upload event page. So we'll simply call it from here, and here you can see upload event text. You can't see because it simply hide behind this mobile screen. So we need to simply pass a margin. So we'll pass a margin as in set dot only from the top. Let's keep it up to 40, and here we need to also show a back arrow icon, so that when the user will tap to that icon, they can simply move back to the our where a home admin page. So we need to simply use a icon, and we'll write icons dot arrow, and here I need to simply use arrow back iOS new outline, something like this, and here you can see a back arrow icon. Now I can simply pass a margin from the left, which will be 20.0, Now simply wrap up with a gesture detector and we can directly move back to the home page. So for that I need to simply pop out from this page. So we'll write navigator dot pop context, something like this. Now once it is done, we can simply pass a space between this arrow and the text. So we'll use a size box with which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we'll simply use divide by, like let's keep it up to 2.0, something like this. No, 2.0 is too much. Let's keep it up to 4, or let's keep it up to 5. Yeah, 5 is okay I guess, or 5.5. Yeah, so I'm using a media query. As you know that if you have followed my old series, then a media query is something that make your apps highly responsive. Rather than passing a fixed bit to the size box, I will suggest you to use a media query so that you can test a app on the multiple devices and can make your app highly responsive. So here it is done, and here you can see upload event text. Now in the event, or you can see in the home page of our event type, you can see that for the event we need a pic, or you can see picture of an event. So we can simply allow the user to upload the picture of an event. So we need a container, and here in the container we can simply use a child. Now in the child I will use, not sorry, image, I need to use an icon. So we'll write icon, and we'll write icons dot camera, and we'll write or alt outline. So this is the camera icon. Now we can pass a height and width to this container. Let's keep it up to 90, and we'll pass a width up to 90, something like this. You can't see a container because we need to pass a border to this container. So we'll use a decoration, box decoration border, and we'll simply pass border dot all. Now you can see the container, but let's increase the size of a container up to 150. Yeah, so we can simply use a size box, like up to height, let's keep it up to 20.0, and now we can pass a color. So color will be simply colors dot black 45. Now we can pass a width, and we'll write a width with 2.0, and here we need to pass a border radius. So here to pass a border radius I will simply write a border radius, and here I need to write the border radius circular, and we'll pass a circular up to 20. And here you can see the container, where when I'll tap to this camera icon I can simply navigate to our gallery of our phone device, and we can simply upload the image. So this is where we can upload the image, but we need to also show our event name. So to show that event name we need like a text field, so that the user can simply enter a text on the text field. So for that, first I need to create a headline for our this page. So here I will simply copy the text and will paste it here. Now I am thinking that let's change the color for this text. Also the font size is too much for this page accordingly. So yeah, we'll move to the home page, and we need to copy the purple color that I have passed. So this is the color that I'm going to use, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here, something like this, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now you can see upload event text. Now we need to show our, you can say like enter event name, something like this. Now once we have wrote this, let's decrease our font size first, and we can use a cross to bring the text something over here. So we'll write a cross, and we'll write a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. And here we need to center this first, where the user can upload the image. So where it is, yeah, here it is. We need to simply wrap up with a center widget. Now we need to use a size box. So we'll use the size box height, and we'll pass up to 20.0. So here you can see enter event name. Now we need to simply show the text field. Now to show the text field, or let's do one thing, rather than bold we can pass W500, and we can use a different like shade of an black color. I think so it's too low.
let's keep it black only. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. And you can increase up to 22 if it's okay for you. And let's keep it up to 30. Enter event name, or just write an event name. I think so, it's okay. Yeah. Now, once it is done, we need to use a text field. Now to create a text field, I will simply write a container, will pass a padding, edge inset dot, will use dot symmetric, will use a horizontal 20.0, will pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width to use a width of an screen. Now in the decoration, I will use a box decoration. Now in the color, I'm going to use a customized color code. Customize color code. So we'll write color 0xff and it will be ECF8. So this is the customized color code, and we need to simply pass a border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular and let pass it up to 10. Now here it is done. We need to simply pass a text field. So we'll write child. We need to use a text field. So we'll write text field, and in the text field I need to simply pass a decoration. So we'll write a decoration, decoration, which will be a box decoration, and not a box decoration, sorry, it is not a container. So we need to use our input decoration, and here when you see this is a text field. Now we need to also pass a space from the right position. So we'll pass a right 20.0, and let's pass a size box. So we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it over here, pass 10. Now here you can see this line, but if you have followed my old series, I'm telling this again and again because I have already made 12 to 13 apps before on this channel, and I think so this is a 14th series on this channel. So there are lots of apps that we have already made on this channel. You can simply follow the link in from the description box or in the comment box, and you can find all the apps playlist and can simply add all the apps in your resume that you are looking for. Now to remove this line, we can simply write border input border dot none, and we'll simply remove this line from here, something like this. Now once it is done, we need to use a hint text so that I can show the text to be entered on this text field. So we'll simply write enter event name, something like this. So here you can see the text and a text field. Now I can simply enter an event name like Honey Sing show. Let's Honey Sing concert, like this. So you can simply write a event name over here. So if you don't know Honey Sing, then you can simply search it. He's one of the best singer from India. So you can search it if you don't know who is Honey Sing. Now let's move, and here I need to simply do one thing. Once the event name is done, I want to simply add a event price, like a per ticket price. So to handle that, I need to simply copy this text and the container or text field again, and will simply paste it over here. Now also copy the size box so that I can provide a space, something like this. Yeah, let's keep it up to 30.0, and we'll simply write ticket price over here, something like this, ticket price. Yeah. Now we'll write enter price over here, where the user can, not user, an admin can enter a price. Now once it is done, you know that in the home page we have added a, let's move to the home page, what I'm talking about. Like once we move to the home page, you can see that we have added a different categories, which is a music, clothing, festival, food. So this is a category of an events that we want to show in this app. Now to handle this, we need to simply add a category in the upload event page, because like for an example, if the, let's move to the upload event page first. So we'll navigate to upload event page, something like this. Yeah, now here, as I've told you, that we need to show the category over here, because once the admin upload event, they can simply select a category. Like if this is a fashion show event or a music event or anything, then we can simply show that event in our user side of the app. Now to show that event, we need to use like a drop down button
So the drop down button will simply help like to select multiple categories from one by using a list. Yeah. So here I need to simply write a string, and we need to write a event category, and we'll create a list. Now here, once it is done, I will simply add all the event not in a string, sorry. Here I need to use a list. We'll write final and we'll write a list, and as on the list we are going to upload a string, so we'll create a list of string. And here the first one was like an music, so we'll write music. I think so there was an event for food and a clothing. Just separate the string, otherwise it will show a simple one string there. And clothing, and what was a last one, I don't remind, let me check. Clothing, festival, last one was festival, so we'll simply write a festival over here, festival. So these are the four categories that I want to show in the admin panel. But if you want to add some more categories, you can simply add some more categories, I mean strings, in this list name event category. Now we need to store a value of this selected string from this list, so I will create a string name value, where we are going to simply store a list of, not a list of, a string from the list event category. Now let's create a drop down button. So now we are going to create a container, exact container with the same color, and here I need to simply write a drop down button that I want to show. So here I will remove the text field and will write drop down button, and in the drop down we need to simply pass an items. Now in the items I need to simply do one thing. What I'm going to do, first I'm going to write a list, so I'll write event dot category dot map, and here I'm going to show the item, so we'll write item, and in the item I want to use a drop down menu item, something like this. Now in the child I'm going to use a text widget, and here I'm going to show the item, something like this. So I'm going to show the item, so I'll write item, and we need to keep an update of an value, so we'll write value item. Now I'm trying to do in the fast process for this drop down button, because I have used many times before. And but if you have any questions regarding this, you can simply, or like you can simply DM me on my Instagram ID, or you can simply write a questions in your comment box. It is simply open for you, and you can simply ask a questions if you have. Now we'll pass a font size 80.0, and the color will be simply colors dot black, something like this. So once we have wrote all this, now here in the drop down button there is a string, so I'm going to show the string over here, and the items we have already shown, and it will be in the form of list. So we'll do one thing, we'll write dot to list, something like this, and in the on change I'm going to write a value, so which will be a value, I think so it is correct, a value. And in the value we'll use a set state, so that we can update a value once the user select from a drop down button, and we'll write this dot value is equals to value, something like this. By this we can simply update the case. Once it is done, we can pass a drop down color. Sorry, I think so there is something missing here. Drop down color, and the color will be simply colors dot white, a hint text where we are going to tell select category. You can't write like this, we need to use a text widget.
like select category, category, select category. Yeah, now the icon size, we can also pass icon size up to 36, and the icon which will be simply a drop down icon. So we'll write icon, and we'll write icons dot drop down, something like this, and we need to simply pass a color which will be colors dot black. I think so we have wrote a complete code for our drop down thing, but the main command, that if you miss, the value of this drop down button will be completely zero, because if you don't update a value you can't get a result. So this is one of the most important line for this complete code that we have wrote over here, because if you miss this line you can't see an update of an selected category on the screen. So here it is done. Now let's move to the main.dart and let me show what all thing we have executed. So here it is. Now let's do one thing, what that will be. Let me show you. So here you can see that there is a line. Now to remove this line, you need to simply wrap up a drop down button with a widget name drop down button hide underline, and it will simply remove that underline from there. Now here I can also pass a text, and so text widget. So we'll copy this text widget, we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write a select category, and we can use a size box, sorry, not size of, we'll use a size box of height 30.0, something like this, and 20.0, it's okay. We'll copy this, we'll paste it over here, something like this. Let's keep it up to 10. Now here when I'll tap to this drop down icon, you can see that it simply shows me a list of all the what a category, a event category, and now I can simply select one event category like music, and it will simply show over here. It will act same for other strings too. So this is a music event, so I'm selecting a music. So here it is done. Now we need to add some detail about an event, like if user are booking a ticket, then what they will see, because that's an important thing. Without that you can't get customers in your event. So we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll write event detail, yeah. Now the event detail will not in one line, because the customer wants to know a really good things about the event they going to participate. So for that I need to increase a max line, and will pass a max line up to 6, something like this. Enter what will be on that event, something like this, yeah. So once the user fill all this thing, I'm telling user and again, then keep on mind I'm talking about admin. So once the admin fill all this thing, we need to simply upload the data to the Firestore database. Now to handle that we need a button, yeah. Without a button we can't do that. So here I will simply create a container, will pass a width up to 200. Now we need to use a text widget. Now a child, and will simply paste, sorry, I'm writing like this, yeah. Remove this text from the text widget, and will simply write upload, or yeah, you can write upload. And here we need to write a decoration and a box decoration. Now I'm going to pass the color to this container, so which will be this color for the text that we have passed. We'll paste it something over here, something like this. Now let's change the color to white, and let's do bold. I want bold, yeah. Now we need to simply center it by using a center widget. We can use the height up to like 30. 30 will be less, 50.
Now we can use a border radius, so we'll write a border radius dot circular, and let's keep up to 10. Now we can center this by using a center widget, and we'll pass a size box height 20.0. Yeah, so here it is done, and we have created a upload event page from where the admin can simply add an event, and that event will be directly shown in the user side of the app. Yeah, now let's move to the upload event page for now. So here let's move, and we'll simply write upload event, and we'll directly move to this page. Now here, as you can see that when the user will tap to this camera icon, they can simply pick the image. Now to pick the image and to upload the image to the Firebase storage, we need a Firebase storage package and an image picker package. So let's move to the Pub.dev first. So in the Pub.dev, the first package in this part I'm going to add is a image picker. So we'll simply write image picker, and we'll move to the installing, and we'll copy this package, and we'll simply paste something over here in the pub.xml file. Now let's remove this version, and the second package will be a Firebase storage. Firebase storage, and this package here again. Move to the installing, copy this again, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Yeah, now we need also one more package, a random string, so that we can give a unique string to the each image that we are going to upload in the Firebase storage. So we'll need to also copy this package, and we need to simply paste it something over here, something like this. And let's run all these packages in our pub.xml file. Now here, once it is done, let's move to the upload event page, and here I will write final, and we'll write image picker. Now we need to write a picker equals to image picker, something like this, and we need to write this function so that I can simply pick the image. Now we need to write a future get image, and here we need to simply write a get image function. So this get image function will be called when the user will going to tap on this camera icon, and they can simply pick the image. Now here I need to pass a sync, and we need to write var, and we need to write a variable name which is image is equals to await, and we'll write picker dot pick image, and the source will be image source dot gallery. You can also use a camera if you want that the user can simply click a picture, but this is an event app, so the image will be directly uploaded from a gallery. Now once it is done, we need to create one file which will be a selected image, because the image that we are getting from an gallery will be in the form of the file. So here I'm going to create one file name which is selected image, and like this, yeah. Now we need to assign that picked image, or you can see a store that picked image file in our selected image. So we'll use a selected image is equals to file, and we'll write image dot path, and we'll get a path of an image, something like this. Once it is done, we'll use a set state so that we can simply update that image that we have stored here. Yeah, so once we have picked the image, we can show that picked image over here. So to handle that case, I will do one thing. We will move something over here. We need to wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply write a function name which will be get image. So once we have picked the image, and if the selected image is not equals to null, then I'm going to show that image. So our image is in the form of the file, so I will use image.file, not network, not asset, because asset
is something when we store the image in our asset folder, and network when it is in the form of the HTTP link, but it is in the form of the file. That's why I'm using image.file. And now I'm going to use selected image. Yeah, and here I need to simply pass the height. We'll pass the same height that we have passed for the container, something like this. So here it is done. Now once we have picked an image, we'll simply show it over here. So let me show that. So when I'll tap to this camera icon, it will simply tell that missing plugin exception, because we have just added one, like a new package in the pub.camel file. And as I've told you before, if you want to run the app while adding a new package, simply do not use a hot restart, because it will simply show that this same error. Simply close your VS Code and the emulator you are using and rerun this project again. So there is some more thing for the image picker. Let's move to the Pub.dev first, so that I can show you what all cases comes when you are adding this image picker package. So for an Android, you don't need to do anything extra, but for the iOS, you need to simply add this three, you can say, command in the info.plist file, so that you can give an access to an Apple device to simply handle the gallery for this app. Like, this app also needs some permissions to simply open your phone gallery and pick the image from there. But for the Android, you don't need to add this all these things. It's simply you can run image picker there. Yeah, so this is the three commands that we need to simply add in our iOS runner info.plist file to simply access a gallery to upload the image to the Apple app. So once it is done, we need to simply rerun the app again. But as I am just writing a code for now, and I will show you later like how to simply use image picker. So let me write all the code, then I'm going to rerun the app again from the starting. So once it is done, we need to simply handle a text like the user enter on this text field. Now to handle the text, you already know that we need to use a text editing controller, and we'll write name controller is equals to new text editing controller. To handle the text, now we need to simply use two more for the price and the detail. So I will write price controller, and a third one will be simply a detail controller. So these are the three things that we need to add. So once it is done, I need to simply move to the event name, and here in the controller I need to simply write name controller to handle event name. We need to do also for the price, which will be controller price controller, and the last one will be a detail. So we'll write controller a detail controller, something like this. So these are the three things that we need to add over here. So let's move to the upload thing, and here we need to simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method, here first we need to do one thing, like once we have selected the image over here, we need to upload that image to the Firebase storage, where we can store that image and we can use it. But if you know that the Firebase storage is not free, because according to the new rules of Firebase, you need to simply add a like Blaze plan to add a Firebase storage in your Firebase app. So this is a new thing, or you can say like it was free from last 4 to 5 years, but Google is also looking to earn lots of money from the Firebase. So they think that why we give them in free, let's add some packages or subscriptions for the Firebase storage. Don't worry, only my courses are free in this world. So you can see that my courses are free. You don't need to pay anything extra to watch my courses. Now here it is done, and let's move to the Firebase storage and let me show you. So here you can see
when we move to the storage, you need to simply upgrade the project to the Blaze plan as I've told you. But like for an example, if you are making a app just for a resume or anything, you can simply add some link to show the image, or you can use like one image for all the, or two three image for all the events. Like if you don't want this app to be professionally used by someone or anyone, but if you are looking to add a storage by using a Blaze plan, then I will show you how to upload the image to the Firebase storage. Now here on the on tap function, I mean for the upload button, when the user will press this, we need to upload all this detail to the Firestore database. Now for that, first I need to use a string add id, where I can keep a random like alphanumeric character, where we can simply pass like each unique ID for the image as well as the data we upload to the Firestore database. Now, to upload the data to the Firebase storage, the image to the Firebase storage, here I'm writing a code. So I'll write reference, and here we'll write Firebase storage ref is equals to Firebase storage dot instance, and here we'll write dot ref dot child and blog images. Now the reason for writing a blog images is because the blog image will be a folder that will be created in the Firebase storage, and where you can simply upload one image after the another in the blog images folder. I will show you how it can simply create a folder. Now here I'm going to simply write a child and the add id, which will be a unique id for the each image. Now we'll write a final and we'll write upload task. Yeah. Now we are going to write a task is equals to Firebase storage ref dot put file, and put file will simply upload the, because as you know that our image is in the form of the file, so that's why I'm using a put file and selected image where we are stored the file path. Now var download URL. Now one more thing I want to tell you that, so if you want to know more about a Dart coding, you can simply follow the Python series. Now you will say that what's a relation between a Dart programming and a Python language. But in most of the coding language, the list, the arrays, the strings, you can say integers are almost same. So you will get to know a lots of things regarding the data types, variables, and if condition, because you will think that why I have wrote this var over here. So var is like act as a dynamic character where you can simply store anything like an integer string or like anything. It's act as a dynamic string, sorry, a dynamic character. Now if you want to know more about different data types, you can simply follow the Python series. Yeah. Now once we have done all this, so now let's move with a code and we'll write await. So for that we need to write an async await, and here I will write await task, and we'll write dot ref dot get download URL, and here I'm going to get the URL for the image that we have uploaded in the Firebase storage. So once we have get this download URL, I will create a map and will write a string and a dynamic, and we'll write like upload event, which will be the map name. And here first I'm going to show the image, and this image will be a event image that we have uploaded over here. So to handle that, I will write download URL. But if you don't want to use a Firebase storage, you can simply leave it blank and you can use the image from the asset file. So in both the case you can use, but if you want to use it professionally, then you can use a download URL, and make it sure that you can simply comment all this thing, so that you can run this code and can upload the data to the Firestore database without any
Blaze plan or anything. Yeah, so here it is done. Now we need to write a name and name controller.text to handle all the text that the user enter on this name text field. And for the price, we need to write price controller.text. Like after the price, we need to simply show the category, like the user going to select a category of the event they are going to upload. So here I'm going to write a category. Now the category value have been stored in the values string that we have wrote, sorry, not values, a value string. And now once a category is done, there will be event detail. So here I will simply write detail string, and here I'm going to write detail controller.text. Yeah, so this is the some data that we are simply going to upload in the Firestore database. Now there is one more thing. To upload the data to the Firestore database, we need to simply move to the database.dart file, and here I need to simply create a function so that I can upload a data. So here I will write a function name which will be add event. Just write add event, and here the collection name will be simply event, and here the doc id and the user info map where we are going to show the map. So once it is done, here let's move to the our where upload event.dart page, and here I need to simply write await database methods dot add event, and here we need to write a map name which is simply upload event, and in the id we need to simply pass a unique id. So the unique id we are going to provide to each events that we are simply going to upload. So here I will use a random alphanumeric 10. Yeah, and here we need to pass an id, and once the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database, we need to simply show the toast message that the data has been uploaded successfully, so that the user can simply know that, sorry, I'm telling user, then keep in mind that it is admin. So the admin can simply know that the data that they are trying to upload through this upload event page has been uploaded to the Firestore database. So to get a scaffold messenger, we'll simply move to the auth.dart, and here we have wrote a scaffold messenger. So I'll simply copy and will paste it over here. So once the data has been uploaded successfully, we'll simply show the toast message like event has been uploaded successfully. So we'll write event uploaded successfully, something like this. Yeah, so the event has been uploaded successfully. Now once the data has been uploaded to the Firestore database, we need to simply clear all this text that the enter on this text field. I'm saying this because, for an example, if the admin wants to upload the event like one after the another, so once we upload first event, we can simply clear this out so that the admin can like easily can upload a second event. They don't need to simply like rub all the data that he have entered on this text field. I'm doing this because it will simply make the app more like user friendly, and the user can simply enjoy while using this upload event booking app. Now here, once the data has been uploaded successfully, we'll simply, as I've told you, we'll use a set state, and we'll tell that our event name. So we'll write name controller.text to space, and we'll make it blank. We'll also make a price to blank. So we'll write price controller.text to space, and I think so we need also a event detail. So we'll write a detail controller.text should also be space, something like this. So here it is done. Now after this, let's test the case, but for now I have didn't upgraded my Firebase to a Blaze plan, as you already know that, because I'm just testing the app for the users, for the viewers or users who didn't want to simply upgrade a Firebase plan. So you can do one thing, you can simply use a command tag over here and can simply use this and just make the image to space. So once you buy the plan, you can use this command, because this command is simply upload the data to the Firebase storage. But if you haven't upgraded the plan, then it will simply throw the error and simply make it space while showing the image. So once it is done, we'll simply do one thing here. First I'm going to write an event name. So let me first show you how the pick image will work. So when I'll tap to this camera icon, it will simply pick the image from a phone gallery, something like this. But as you can see that the dimension of the image has been changed because we need to add some of the commands over here. So what will be the command? Let me show you. It will be a fit box fit.cover or one thing, something like this. And we need to also provide a clip react because we need a border radius. So we'll wrap up with a widget and we'll simply pass a clip react and we'll write border, and the border radius will be something like 10. We can pass up to 10 and we can center this by using a center widget. So we simply wrap up with a center widget. So here it is. Now I will write a event name. So let's write an event name like Honey Sing Concert. Honey Sing Concert. Yeah. And the ticket price, let's keep like 50, and the category will be music, and the event detail you can write a random thing. I am writing just like Honey Sing show. Honey Sing. Why it's coming on Hindi? Honey Sing show. Yeah. So Honey Sing show. Yeah. Just a 3 words. But if you want, as I've told you, you can add lots of data on this text field. Now I'll tap to this upload button and you will see that the data, but there is some error. Let me see what the error is. I think so we need to rerun the app again because as I've told you that when you are adding any of the packages in the prospect.ml file, then you need to simply rerun the app again because that package usually don't get enough data to the Flutter app. So rerun the app again. So don't use hot restart or hot reload over here. You need to simply like shut down all the not shut down your computer system. You need to simply like close a VS code and emulator everything and rerun the complete app again. So let me do that and let me show you how we'll simply upload the data to the cloud Firestore. Yeah, so I have added all the data and rerun the our VS code and the emulator app again, and here I have filled all the data in the upload event page. Now I'll tap to this upload button and here you can see that our event has been uploaded successfully. So let's check that and we'll move to the cloud Firestore and we'll simply reload this page. And once I reload this page, you will see the collection name events, and this is a unique ID. The category that I've set is music. Detail you can see Honey Sing show, name is Honey Sing concert, and the price you can see 50, and the image is space because we have passed a space over there. Yeah. And as you can see that once the data has been uploaded successfully, the details over here is simply space or you can say blank, so that the admin can now upload a second event over here. So we can do one thing to show the image also like a space or you can say blank, not a space, a blank. You can use a selected image is equals to null, and the image will also remove it from here like an old image, and the admin can upload a new data. So here the upload event thing is done. Now the data we have uploaded to the Firestore database like an events, we can simply show them in the home page. So let's move and let me call the bottom name here so that I can show you how to handle that case. Now we'll simply hot restart the app. So here in the upcoming events, I'm going to show all the events that we have stored over here, but you can see that it has wrote upcoming events, but in the event there will be a case like when the admin has uploaded the event like for tomorrow, but the user are checking the app like for day after tomorrow, then we don't need to show the past event over here in the home page. Now to not show the past events over here, we need to simply manage the data while keep on checking the date like at which date this event is going to held.
Now, the main thing I think so I have missed over here, which is showing a date and the time. So we need to also show the date and the time at which day and the time the event going to held. So to do that, I need to simply move to the upload event page again. Now to show the date and time over here, I need to do one thing, like let's move to the upload event.dart page and let me add some of the data to simply set a date and time over here. Here you can see that I have added a date and the time. Now here I have added a date and time. Now the admin can simply select a date while tapping to this calendar icon and the alarm icon. But before that, let me show you what all code I have added here in the upload event page. So here you can see that I have wrote this code, basically a pick date function, and this pick date function will simply open the calendar and you can simply pick the date and can set a date at which date that event going to held. Now we have done same for the pick time, and here to change a peak time on this format like 6-8 p.m. we have passed a function name which is format time of day. So these are the code that we have wrote just for the pick date and time, and here when we'll go down and just below the select category I have added this row, and in this row you can see that I have added a calendar month, a date format where we are going to show the date and here the time. Now when I tap to this calendar icon, you can see that there no execution is happening because here we need to simply wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector in the on tap method I will simply do one thing. I will write a function name which will be simply pick date, and we'll do same for the time, and here we'll wrap up with a widget gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply write which will be pick time. Yeah, so we have passed these two function in these two icons. Now when I tap to this calendar icon, it will simply open the calendar that I have told you. Now when I'll select a date, like for an example 13th, and will click on OK, it will simply show the 13th date over here. Now we'll do same for the time, and here you can see that we can simply select first an hour, then a minute, and a AM and the PM. So this is a choice you can simply get to select a date and the time. Now once the admin has been selected this date and time, we need to upload the data to the Firestore database. So here I will do one thing. Here for the date I will write date, and to get a date I need to simply copy this format and will simply paste it something over here. And for the time we'll do for the time, yeah, for the time. Now the time will be on this format, so we'll copy this and we'll simply paste it something over here. So this is how we can upload a date and the time. Now let's remove this collection from here so that I can upload a updated event collection, or you can say a documents over here. So let's add the event name and the price and the category. So date and time I have already been selected. Now I have wrote random event detail. Now I'll click to this upload button and you can see that event has been uploaded successfully. Now we'll simply refresh this page, which is of Firebase, and here you can now see a event collection with a date and the time. So here now the document, and here you can see the date and the time. Now we can simply track like if this is the upcoming event or the past event. So date and time is a most important thing for that. Now let's move with a bottom name, and here let's show all the events that we have uploaded in the Firebase. So let's move to the home.dart page, and here I will simply create one function which will be like all events, and will write widget first over here, and as I've told you the function name which will be all events, and here we need to simply get a return which will be a stream builder. So basically a stream builder is something that help us to get all the documents from the respective collection. If you have followed my old series, then you already know that we have used a stream builder, I think so, lots and lots of time before. So here we need to simply create a stream which will be our event stream. Yeah, now here we have created the event stream, and here we need to simply return a stream builder, and in the stream builder we'll pass a context and the async snapshot. Now you will think that what is snapshot? So snapshot is something that will simply help us to read the each document that will be present in the collection name event. Yeah, so here I will simply write snapshot, something like this. Now we'll simply return a snapshot.data. So we'll write snapshot.data, sorry, not data. We need to simply first check that if the respective collection, like we are calling an event stream, sorry, not a stream, event collection over here. So snapshot.data will check that if the event collection has any documents in this or not. So if their document will be present, then we are going to show the data by using a list view dot builder. And if there will be not any data present, then we'll simply do one thing. We'll simply show the container suggesting that no data available to show in the any collection we have passed. So here you need to also pass a stream that we have just wrote above, which will be simply a event stream. Yeah. Now after this, in the item builder, I need to simply pass a context. So we'll pass a context and an index. Now the index will read each field that will be in the respective document. So this is a collection, this is a document ID, and this is a first document, like a complete document, and here the category, date, detail, these are the fields. So I think so you get to know the difference between the collection, document and the field. Now here we need to write a document snapshot. So we'll write document snapshot ds is equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and here we'll write index, and this ds will help us to read each field details, and we can get the data from the each field. Now after this, we need to also pass an item count so that we can keep a count, like how much documents present in the event collection. Like if there will be a 10 documents or 5 or 3, it's up to like how much documents you upload in the event collection. Now we'll write a snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. Yeah, something like this. So once we have done all this thing, we need to simply pass a padding. It's not necessary to pass a padding, but I choose to pass a padding because I don't need any unknowing space from the padding like a list view builder. So that's why I keep the padding up to 0. Yeah, and we need to also pass a sync and wrap, which will be true. Yeah, so here it is done, I guess. Yeah, now we need to simply return it. So we'll pass return, and here we need to show this details that we have make just for the UI, but now we are going to connect a backend. So I think so this was the container. So we'll copy this complete container from here. Yeah, I think so I'm making a mistake. We need to copy this complete container and the row together. I'm thinking that why the container is not showing over here. Yeah, now we'll simply paste it over here, something like this, but the error we are getting because we need to simply wrap up with a column widget, and here just put this all the things inside a column widget to get a correct result. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, now to get our data here, the will leave this image as it is, because as I've told you that our image is null, because if you are using this app just for your resume, then you don't need to upgrade a plan. It's up to you. I'm not forcing you, but it's up to you if you want to upgrade the Firebase to a Blaze plan, and if you want to show the image over here. But if not, you can simply leave this part as it is, and it will simply get the image from the asset folder. There will be no problem to show that like this. And here we need to show the like and time. To show the time, here we need to write ds, and we'll simply write a time, sorry, a date, not a time. Yeah, so here we can show the date. Now our event name, which will be ds, and here we have stored the event name. So where is name? Yeah, here is name. So we'll write ds and name. So when you are writing the field name, make sure that you write exact field name. Don't like give extra space, or like if you can see the name, the first letter is capital, then show exact capital letter over here. If you think that I will write small over here and I get the result, so no, it will simply throw the error. Now we'll need to show the price, so we'll write plus ds and we'll show the price, and a location. So I think so we have missed one more thing, which is a location over here. So the location is also a main part. So let's move to the upload event or dart page. So this is an app that I'm coding with you all. So that's why we are keep on adding the data to the upload event page, because these are the data that we need to show over here in the upload event in our event booking app. So we need to also show the location. So what I'm going to do over here, so let's move and we'll copy this text field and we'll paste it over here. Sorry for that if you are thinking that you are going to change a lots of thing in the upload event page, but here how the app works, you don't know how the data and which data we are going to use in the future. So here we need to also show the location. So we'll simply write event location, and to track a location, we'll also allow the admin to enter a location. And let's do one thing, price controller. We need one more text editing controller for the location. So we'll write location controller. Oh, we have already added a location controller, but we haven't added a text field. Wow, that's my mistake. And here we need to simply write a location controller. And when we have done all this thing, we need to simply move down, and here we need to add one more field, which will be a location, and we'll write location controller dot text, something like this. So we have added one more field which is a location. Yeah, so you can upload some more data from the upload event page to add some more events, and the location field will be simply shown over here. Now to handle this, I will simply add the location manually from here. So we'll write location and let's keep it Mumbai. So this is the way you can simply add the field manually also. Now once you have done all this thing, simply click on save all, and let's move to the home.dart again, and here we need to show the location, which will be ds location, something like this. Now here it is done. It is okay, I guess. Now to show the data, we need to simply get a data first, because we haven't passed any functions to get a data from the Firebase. So let's move to the database.dart file, and here I need to simply write a future, and in the future I will write a stream. As you know that I have explained why we are using a stream, and we'll write query snapshot, and we'll write get all events, something like this. And here we need to simply write return
is equals to await, and we'll write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and we'll pass the collection name, which will be simply events dot snapshot, and it will specially, and it will now give me all the documents that present on the events collection. Now let's pass this function over here in the home page. So here I need to simply write one function name on the load. So this on the load function will be called, so like for an example, if the user open the app, they directly move to the home page. Yeah, so for an example, if there is not their first time, because first they need to sign up, then they will move to the home page, but for the second time we'll directly move the user to the home page, because we can't tell the user to sign up again and again, right? Now once we move to the home page, this on the load function will be called, and it will simply get all the data from the event collection. So we'll write event stream equals to await. So for that we need to pass a sync, and we'll write await database methods. So we'll write database methods dot get all events, and we'll use a set state, and in the init state I will simply call on the load. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have called this function, let's pass all the events in our upcoming event part. So to do this, let's do one thing. Let's close this list view first, and we'll remove this. We have just made this for the UI. I think the purpose is over. So we'll write all events, something like this, and we'll simply hot restart the app again. And here there is an error, I guess, or it's okay. Yeah, so the mistake that I've made, so here you can see that the mistake I was talking about, here you can see the events collection name, it doesn't match with event data. So that's why I'm not getting any data where I'm thinking that why I'm not getting any data, because I have passed everything correct, but here just because of s we can't get a data. So this is a small thing, but it's, we need to look how to handle this. Yeah, so here you can see the date, but the date is showing on this format. But if you want to show the date on that format, you can also show that. So to do that, I need to simply parse the data first, like our data, sorry, data. So our date is in the form of the string. So we need to simply first change to the like a time format, then we are going to like use, can simply use that data. Now one more thing I want to tell you, that like if you are adding a date and time, like we have already added in the upload event page, do not forget to pass this package over here like intl. So this is an important package. If you are using a date and the time like we have already used, then do not forget to use this package, otherwise you will get an error. So this is the main thing. Yeah, now let's do one thing, let's parse out the data first. So I will simply paste this code over here, and we'll call the this format, and here I will simply first get this date on here. So we'll write ds, and we'll get the date, and we'll simply store in this input date string, then we'll simply change the string to time, and now we can use this date. So to use this date, now I'll simply pass this over here, which will be a formatted date. So yeah, so here you can see that now we can simply use this, and here how it's look, and you can see the our first document, which is Honey Sing concert price. The location is set to Mumbai, so it is Mumbai, and the date and the image that we have saved already in the asset folder. So you can see the I have done some smart work, like without the using a storage, we can use the image from the asset folder, and we can also connect a Firebase. So let's Firebase add some more plans in their system, but we are going to do some smart work to do it in a free. Yeah, so after this,
you can add some more events over here, and the events will be directly shown like this. Now when I'll tap to this event, we'll directly move to the detail page. So yeah, so to execute that, I need to simply wrap up the column widget with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I need to simply push the user. So we'll write navigator dot push, and we'll push the user to a material page route, not a material page route. We'll push the user to a detail page. So for that, we'll use a material page route, and we'll write detail page, something like this. Now when I'll tap to this, we directly move over here. So we need to simply pass some details over here. So first, we need to pass an string image. Now I'm writing image is because if you want to get the data from the Firebase storage, you can simply pass the link of an image, and you need to simply change from asset to network, because the link, so image will be in the form of the link. So that's why you need to simply use image.network rather than an asset. So now once we have wrote an image, we also need to get a concert name. So we'll simply write a name over here, and after a name I need a location where this event going to held, and then the date, I think so, then a detail and a price. Yeah. So these are some details that we will simply need on this detail page. So let's call all this detail first over here. So we'll write detail page, and we'll write this dot date, this dot detail, this dot image, this dot location, this dot name, and this dot price. Now let's pass a required function in each case. So we'll pass a required function in each case, something like this and this. Yeah. So once we have done all this thing, now let's move to the home.dart page, because we need to also need to pass a detail to this detail page. So let's move to the main.dart file, and here we'll simply move to the bottom name, and we'll move to the home.dart page, and where we have wrote a column widget, we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the gesture detector we'll simply pass on tap, and we'll use a navigator function so that we can simply push the user to the detail page. So we'll write navigator.push, we'll use material page route again. So we'll write material page route context, and here we need to simply write our detail page name. So we'll write detail page, we'll write ds, and here we need to write a field name. The field name should be exact that you have wrote in the Firebase. So make sure you didn't make any mistake that I have just done while writing a function. So here we'll write ds date. Yeah. Now the ds detail. Yeah. So let me check the field name. So here it is a detail. Yeah, it is correct. Now we'll write ds image. So we are not passing any image for now, but if you want to connect a backend, like sorry, not a backend, a storage, you can pass an image. So we'll write ds image, which is this image, a location L is in capital, so we'll use that same name, which is an location, and the ds name. So we'll write ds name, sorry, not like this, like this, ds name, and we'll do same for the price. So here I will write price. So these are the details that we are simply passing to the detail page. Now I'll tap to this, and here you can't see the detail now because we haven't passed these details in our different widgets. So here I will simply pass widget dot, and we'll write name, which is our concert name, a date. So we'll write widget dot date, widget dot location. So we'll write widget dot location, and in the event we'll write widget dot event, detail, my bad, detail. Yeah. So here you can see that we have simply passed the concert name, the date, the location where the event going to held, and here you can see the event detail. I've just used like few words, a few letters on these words. It is not a complete sentence, but as you know, the event detail will be in like 4 to 5 lines, so it will cover all of these things. So let pass a price also. So here we'll move and we'll simply write widget dot price, something like this. So here it is, and we can simply show the price page. So as you can see that we have already moved to the detail page, and here you can see the number of tickets. So we'll first add a execution for this number of tickets. For an example, the user can simply keep on adding a tickets, like for how many people they want to book the ticket, so that they can simply increase and decrease the number of ticket from here. And we are also going to add a Stripe payment gateway. Stripe payment gateway is because through the Stripe payment gateway we can simply add the Stripe in our book now button, and when the user will tap to this book now button, they will simply pay through the Stripe and can simply book this event. So these are the things. Now let's move to the detail page, and here let's add a execution as I've told you for this plus and minus button. Like they can simply choose a number of tickets. So for that, here I will simply use a int and will keep a default value which will be 1, because the minimum ticket they need to book is 1. So that's why I'm using int over here, and will write ticket is equals to 1, something like this. And here we'll show the value of a ticket. So we'll write ticket dot to string, because ticket is in the form of the integer, so that's why I'm changing to string. Now when will the user will tap to this plus button, then the execution for this number of ticket will going to help. So that's why I'm going to add a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply write ticket is equals to ticket plus 1. Yeah. Now we'll use a set state, something like this. And for the minus, we'll write wrap with gesture detector. In on tap method, we'll write ticket is equals to ticket minus 1. So we'll decrease the value of a ticket by 1, something like this, and we'll use a set state. So this is a to execution that we need to do. So let's, I think so hot reload is all automatically done. Now when I'll tap to this plus button, you will see that number changes from 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Now when I'll tap to this 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now if you think that when I'll tap to this minus button, then the value should be doesn't decrease from 1, because as I've told you that the minimum number of ticket that the user need to buy should be 1. So when I'll tap to this minus button, it will take to 0, minus 1, minus 2. So this is not a correct execution that we want to show over here. So to handle this case, I will do one thing. We'll simply pass the if case, and in the if case I will tell that the ticket value, what a ticket value should not be like less than 1. Yeah. And we'll simply use a bracket over here. Now let's test this case. So now I'll tap to this plus button. Now when I'll tap to this remove button, it's not working because the ticket value is 4. So 4 is not less than 1. So I think so not less than, it will be a greater than, my bad. So here, now when I'll tap to this, will simply decrease the value up to 1. Now I'm tapping to this minus button. The execution will not go over 1, because it simply says that when the ticket value will be 1, then 1 is not greater than 1, then the execution will simply stop. So I can increase from 1, but I can't decrease the value from 1. So this is how we can simply show the number of tickets that the user need to buy. Let's move and we'll add a Stripe to this event booking app. So here we'll move to the Pub.dev and we'll simply search Flutter Stripe over here and we'll search Flutter Stripe. We'll simply tap to this Flutter Stripe and we'll move to the installing, and we need to copy this package and we need to simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. So here we need to simply paste this file and simply remove this version so that it will take the version automatically, and here it is done. Now after this, let's move to the detail page. Why I'm opening this page? Let's move to the detail page. So we'll simply write detail page over here, not write like this, we'll write bottom name, and now we'll redirect to this page. So once it is done, we'll move to the detail page where it is written. Yeah, here is detail page. Now here I need to simply add a Flutter Stripe, but before adding a Flutter Stripe we need to do some of the settings for the Android and iOS. So we'll move to the Flutter Stripe, like our package where we have picked this package from the Pub.dev, and we'll move to the readme section, and when you will go down you will see that for the Android you need to add this much requirements, and for the iOS you don't need to do anything extra. You just need to add like a platform iOS 13. So you can simply do that from the pod file. So you can simply change it to 13. It is already 13, and if not you can simply change it to 13. Now for the Android there are lots of settings that we need to do to simply connect a Stripe in our app. So if you have followed my old series, like I have made 10 to 12 apps before on this channel, like an e-commerce app, or a barber booking app, or quiz app, news app, wallpaper app. So there are lots of apps that I've already built on this channel. So many times I've used this Flutter Stripe and in the Flutter app. So you know that how to do the settings if you have followed my old series, but if not I will show you how to do that. So here you can see that it needs a API level 21, so don't need to do anything on this. Now the Kotlin version should also be 1.8.0, so don't need to do anything on this too. Same for the 3, don't do anything. Now let's move to the fourth point, and here we need to change our theme to a night theme. So to do that we need to simply move to the Android folder. We'll move to the app, src main, and Android manifest.xml file, and here we need to simply change the Android theme as it has told over here, because we need to change the theme. So let me change the theme and I will show you what you can simply write over here. Yeah, so this is the theme you can use over here. You can simply write as it is. I have wrote over here. So it is a light theme that we need to add to enable a Stripe, because a Stripe uses a light theme in their interface when they simply show their to add a card number and all. So you add this. Now let's move with a fifth point, and it simply says that we need to change to the Gradle version, like update to the Android Gradle build tool version. So don't need to do anything on this. Let's move to the sixth point, and here it's tell that we need to add a Flutter fragment activity instead of Flutter activity in main activity.kt. So let's move to the main activity.kt. So we'll move to the Kotlin, and here you see main activity.kt, and it simply says that instead of Flutter activity just add this. So let's change this, and we need to simply change the thing over here, as you can see. Yeah, so this is how your code will look alike when you will do the changes. You can simply pause a video and can simply write a code, yeah, for this main activity.kt. Now let's move with a pro guard rules.pro. So this is also you don't need, so don't add this, we can simply skip this. Now rebuild the app as above, change don't update with hot reload. So it simply says that don't use hot restart or hot reload over here. You need to simply close the app completely and then rerun the app to simply enable all the things that we have added for the Stripe. But before that, let's move to detailed page.dart here again, and here we need to add all the details for the Stripe execution. But
As I've told you, I have added a Flutter stripe many times in my old series. So I won't write a complete code for the Flutter stripe because it will take lots of time and you don't need to remind that Flutter stripe code. You can simply copy and paste it, or if you are new to this channel, I will simply paste a link of the source code in the description box. You can simply copy it from there, or if you want to simply pause a video and write a code, you can also do that. So which best way you like to prefer, you can do that. Yeah, so here I've added some of the functions to simply execute a payment through the Stripe. So let me explain you what all things I've added. So here you can see that this is a make payment function that I've added. So this is a code for the make payment function. You can simply pause a video, or you can, as I've told you, can get it from the source code. Now once you have wrote this function, now let me explain what I'm going to do. So in the string amount, we are going to pass this amount, not exactly this amount, because we need to also show the amount according to the ticket number that the user increased from here. So that's why we need to simply show the total amount over here. So I haven't shown a total amount over here. I will show that, do not need to worry. So we'll simply pass the amount over here, and once we have shown the amount, we'll show the payment in the USD. But if you want to show in the different currency, for an example INR, you can also do that. You just need to add a different currency over here. So I'm just keeping it USD. Now once you have done all this thing, we have added one more package, which is a HTTP. So this HTTP package will simply help you to get a HTTP link, like execute a HTTP link, because here we have added one HTTP link, as you can see here. So that's why we have added this as HTTP package over here, and this is also a payment intent. We have also written this over here. So this is how we can simply add a stripe. And one main thing I want to tell you, that in the services folder, you will see that we have added one more file, which is data.dart. In this data.dart, there will be a two key, which is a secret key and publish key. Now you will think that what is this two keys all about? So these are the two keys that we need to simply connect a stripe with our Flutter app. So this is a special key that you need to simply get it from the Stripe website. So let's move to the Stripe website first. So this is a interface of an Stripe, and you can see that Stripe has been used mainly by big tech giants like Amazon, OpenAI, Google, Shopify, etc. So you can use this Stripe, and you can simply create your account first. And once you create an account, you can simply move to the API part and can simply get a secret key and a publish key. I won't show the key over here, and I will recommend you to that if you are adding this key, do not share with anyone, because it word itself says the secret key. So keep it secret, don't share with anyone. Now once you have done all this thing, now we can simply use a stripe. So let's move to the detail page, and here first I'm going to show the total amount. So like for an example, if I'm increasing the ticket price, the amount is as it is. So we need to simply change the amount. So for that, I will do one thing, like let's keep one integer, and here we'll keep a total is equals to 0, not 0. Yeah, keep it 0, and in the init state we'll simply assign the value to total, which will be widget dot price, something like this. So it is in the form of int and it is in the form of string, so that's why it's showing the error. We need to simply change it to int. So we'll write int dot, and we'll simply parse it with a widget dot, and we'll write price, something like this. Now once you have done this thing, we can move to the code, and here where we are executing to simply increase a ticket price, we'll do one thing, we'll write total, and we'll keep on adding. Like for an example, if it is 2, then we'll write 34 plus 34, which will be the price of 2 ticket. I think so you are getting what I'm trying to explain. So here I will write total is equals to, and here we'll write total plus int dot parse, and we'll parse widget dot, and we'll write a price of a ticket. So this will simply increase my ticket price, and once I want to decrease a ticket price, we'll simply write a minus over here. So let's check this case. Now when I'll tap to this, so let's pass first the total over here. So we'll write total dot to string because it is in the form of integer. Now when I'll tap to this, you can see that it simply increases a ticket price up to how much the number of ticket had been shown over here. And now if I'll decrease, it will also decrease it. But as you can see that the one ticket price is not shown over here. This is because we need to simply hot restart the app here, and now it shows a first ticket price. Now when I'll increase, it keep on increasing. Now when I'll go to 1, so it also shows a one ticket price and it won't go down from 1. So this is how the execution will work. And let's move to the book now button, and here we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will simply use a make payment function, and here I am going to pass the amount that have been shown over here, so which will be a total, and here we'll write to string because the amount have been shown over here is in the form of string. So once you have done all this thing, and don't keep this thing empty, I have just keep it empty because I don't want to share the secret key and publish key. So you can fill this all this detail before executing the stripe. So here it is done. Now let's check a stripe how it is going to work. Yeah, but before that, once a payment is done, I want to show the booking details in the user side of the app and the ticket details in the admin panel. So to execute this, I need to do one thing. We need to write a map, and here we'll create a map string dynamic, and we'll write a map name which is like booking detail. Yeah. Now first I want to show the number of tickets that the user have purchased. So we'll write number of, let's keep it only number. I don't want to like write lots of string over here. So let's make it simple when you are writing a field name so that there will be a less error. So here I will simply write what I'm going to write. We're going to write a ticket. So here we'll write ticket dot, let's keep it to string. Yeah. Now we'll show the total. Yeah, and we'll write total dot to string. Now here comes a main thing which is showing a details of like a username who has booked this ticket, his image, the concert name. So here we can also pass a name of an concert. So we'll write concert, and we'll write, or you can simply write event also if you want. If you don't want to write a concert, you can write event, and here you need to pass event name which is widget dot name, and the location. So let's keep the location. So we'll write widget dot location, and then we need to show the date. So we'll write widget dot date, something like this. Let's keep it time also if you want. Widget, I think so we are not getting a time. Let's leave a time. Let's keep it only date, location, event name, total, and the number of tickets that user have purchased. So these are all the things that we need to do. Here comes one more main thing, which is getting the user details, but we haven't used a shared preference till now over here. So you will think that what is shared preference? So shared preference is something that will simply store your data locally in your Flutter app. So each time you don't need to get a data from the server. You can also save some of the data like username, his picture details, like his email ID, or anything like his unique ID. You can keep them locally so that you can simply use them by using a shared preference. You don't need to get each detail from the server. So these are the things that make your app really simple. So here we'll move to the service folder and we'll simply create a new file which is shared pref dot. Yeah, so on this file I'm going to paste the code. Now you will think that why I'm doing a copy paste thing, because if I will write all this thing manually over here, then it will take a lots of time to develop this app. And I think so this is a sixth part and it will go to like 12 to 13 parts, and I think so that will be a boring for the viewers to simply write this much code. So that's why I'm telling you that if you have followed my old series, then you can simply copy and paste the code. The code is almost same for the shared preference like a stripe and all. So you can simply paste the code for the shared preference. So this is the code I have pasted for the shared preference. Now to use the shared preference, we need to also add a package. So let's move to the Pub.dev and here we'll simply search a shared preference. Yeah, and here we'll move to the installing. Now we'll copy this package and we'll move to the perspec YAML and we'll simply paste the file over here. It's not a file, a package, and we'll simply run this. Now we can use a shared preference. Yeah, so here it is done and all the errors are gone, and now we can use a shared preference. As I've told you, the shared preference will simply help us to like save a username, a email, a image, a id. So that's why these are the four strings have been created, and there have been created different functions for the to save username, email, and you can simply get that. So this is the simple code. You can simply know that why I have wrote all these things. Now let's move to the like signup.dart page and not like or dart page, and here I'm going to save the data that we are getting. So we'll write await shared preference helper dot save user email, and here we'll simply write user details dot email, something like this. Yeah, now we need to do same for the name. So we'll write shared preference helper dot save user name, and we'll write user details dot display name, something like this. We'll do same for the image. So we'll write await shared preference helper dot save user image. We'll write user details dot image, so which is a photo URL, something like this. We don't need this over here. This, yeah. And the last one is a unique ID. I will show you how to simply use this, all the details, like once we have stored this locally. So we'll write user details dot UID, and if you are facing any problem related to the app or any questions, you can directly write in a comment box. I will try to give a quick reply, and if you want like to simply follow me on my Instagram ID and write a questions you are facing, like an errors you are facing, you can simply write DM me on my Instagram ID too. Yeah, now once you have done all this thing, you need to like sign up it again. I'm telling this because so that we can simply save the data once. So let's do one thing. Let's move to the sign up page and hot restart the app and file save all. Yeah, it's already saved. Now I will click to this sign in with Google button again and will sign it again with a same ID. Click on continue, and here I have signed up with Google. Yeah, that's the same error, which is unhandled exception platform. This is because, as I've told you, when you are adding the new package in the perspec.yaml file, simply don't use a hot restart. You need to simply close all the VS code and the emulator and just rerun the app again, because we have just now added a Flutter stripe. So that's why I'm facing this problem. So this is not a big problem. You need to simply code and rerun the app again. So let me do all this thing and then I will sign up in the app
and will simply store the data in the shared preference.
I have successfully run the app and now I will simply sign in with Google.
So here I will simply tap to this button and will again sign in with this same account and will click on continue button and will directly move to the app. So now you will see a register successfully text, and now I'll show you how I can simply get the data from the shared preference. So let's move to the detail page .dart, and here I will do one thing. First I will create a string, and here we'll create a string and we need to get a username. So we'll get a username and his image. Yeah, so these are the two things, and we need a unique ID because as I've told you that the unique ID we are providing to the each users so that we can successfully track the users while uploading the data to their collection. So for an example, this is an one user and users collection, and this is a specific doc ID that have been given to my account. So this is how I can simply track a ID like which user have booked which event, and we can simply show that event on his account. So this is how the specific ID going to work. Yeah, so now let's move, and here I'm going to call all that thing. So we write on the load function, and here we'll simply get a data from the shared preference. So we'll write name await shared preference helper dot get username, and now we'll simply get the user image. So we'll write image await shared preference helper dot get user image, and we'll do same for the ID. So we'll write ID equals to await shared preference helper dot get user ID. Yeah, so these are the three things that we need, and we'll use a set state. Now as soon as the user come on this screen, I want this detail to simply pick from the shared preference. So you already know that we need to pass them on the init state. So I will simply write on the load. Now let's pass the detail over here. Where? Here. So here I will simply write a name, and let's keep it capital, and here we'll simply write a name, and now we need an image of an user. So we'll write image and we'll get the image. So these are the some details that we need to simply upload for both user and the admin, because admin also need to check in their admin panel like which all users have booked their tickets, right? Because the admin should also know that like which user have booked for tickets for which event, otherwise there will be a scam. So yeah, so we need that the admin to also see that whose ticket they have in their admin panel. I hope so you are understanding what I'm trying to explain. I know that you are smart, you can understand what I'm trying to explain. Now let's move and let's upload the data. So here we'll move to the database.dart file, and here I will simply copy one function and will simply paste it over here, and we'll rename this function like add user booking. So this is for the user booking that we are going to show in the booking page, and we'll move to the users collection. So this is the user collection. We already get his ID, so we'll pass the ID. Now here I will pass one more collection, and we are going to show all the booking. So here I'm writing the collection name, which will be booking dot add. Yeah, something like this. Now let's pass this, but before that, as I've told you, admin will also check the tickets. So we need to also need one more functions. So we'll write add admin bookings, not like add admin tickets. Yeah, so here in the admin panel we are going to show the tickets. So I will simply just write a tickets collection over here, and we'll use dot set method, and I don't think so we need doc ID, so we'll remove this, and from here too. So when you're not providing any ID, then we need to use add rather than set. Yeah, so let's pass these two functions over where in the Stripe. So once the Stripe user pay through the Stripe, we can simply write like await database methods dot add user booking, and in the booking we'll simply pass the
map name, which is booking detail, and his unique ID. Yeah. Now once it is done, we need to also, sorry, yeah, something like this. I think so it's correct. That's correct. We'll write again await database. For that I need to write a sync over here. So we'll write await database methods dot, and we'll write add admin tickets, and we'll simply pass a booking detail, something like this dot. I think so rather than passing then we'll simply show the toast message over here that the booking has been successful. I think so we don't need that, because once the payment is done, that have been automatically been successful. So I don't think we need to show a toast message, but if you want you can add a scaffold messenger over here, no worries about that. Now let's move and test the code what all we have written over here. One more thing I want to tell you that if you added a stripe, I think so you have added a stripe, then there will be one more function that we need to add over here, which will be like stripe dot publishable key is equals to published key. Yeah, it is right. So this, you can say a line we need to pass in the void main, so that we can simply give a publishable key or published key in the system that we have added in data.dart file. Yeah. So once we have done all this thing, now let's test the case. I think so I have passed make payment function over here. Yeah, we have passed. Now I'll simply tap to this, and we are getting an error as expected. Without an error we can't build any apps. Yeah, so it simply says that rerun the app again. So let's rerun the app again. I think so 90% of time you are keep on running the app again. This is a side effects of an app development. It's not very easy, but it's also very interesting. So yeah, so let's close all the thing and let's rerun the app again. I think so I'm doing this fourth or fifth time in this part. Yeah, so I have rerun the app again, I think so fifth or sixth time. Now let's test this, and we'll simply tap to this book now button, and here you can see that it simply shows the interface of an stripe. Now if you can see that it is on the test mode, because we are simply testing the app while do real payments over here. So I'm simply testing the app, that's why I provided the test keys. So here you can see the test mode, but if you want to simply switch to the live mode, you can simply do that from the Stripe website. So here to test the card, I will simply pass the test card number, which is 4242. You need to tap it 12 times, and we'll write this, and we'll simply click on pay button, and here it is done, and we have simply our payment is successful, and it had simply shows that statement, and my data must be uploaded to the Firestore database. So let's check that. So now I'll simply refresh this Firebase page, and here in the users collection you will see the bookings. Yeah, now you're seeing the booking, and now you are seeing this ID, and this is the event detail, and this also show the how much payment I have done. Yeah, and I think so there will be one more collection. Yeah, so here you can see the tickets, and these tickets we are going to show in the admin panel. Now let's move to the our booking.dart, and here first I will write a scaffold body container child column and children, something like this. Now here in the booking page, first I'm going to show the headline of this page, which will be bookings. So here first I'm going to provide the background color to this screen, not to this screen. We'll copy this background color of home screen to the same in the booking page. So here we'll move to the scaffold, and we need to copy this color. So for that I need to simply copy this, and we'll simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here. Yeah,
So this is the color that I want to provide. Now here as I've told you, we need to simply add a heading for this page which will be booking. So I will use a text widget and will simply write bookings, and here we'll use a style, a text style, a color which will be simply colors.black, font size, let's keep the font size up to 25.0, and font weight will be simply bold. So we'll write font weight dot bold. So here you can see the bookings text. Now if you want, you can simply do up to 20, and if you want to increase a size, you can do up to 30. So here it is. Now here I am going to show the curved container. I think so I have done same for the upload event page, so I will use the same thing over here. So for that, in the column widget, I need to do one thing, like first let's move to the upload event page, and here I think so we didn't provide anything over here, so I will provide it in the booking.dat page. Now here I will use a container, will pass the width which will be media query dot of context dot size dot width. So the media query is something that provide, that makes your app highly responsive. Yeah. Now here we'll pass a decoration, a box decoration, a border radius. As I've told you, we just need to provide a border radius from top left and top right. So that's why I'll use a border radius dot only, and we'll simply write top left, we'll write radius dot circular, let's keep it 30, and we'll do font same for the top right, which will be radius dot circular 30. Now let's pass the color to this. I've already written the decoration, sorry for that. Now here I need to simply pass the color, which will be what, the color, and we'll simply pass colors dot white, something like this. Now let's pass a child, and here I will write a column again and a children. Now as I've told you, first I'm going to create a UI for this booking page, then through the stream builder I will simply get all the details from the Firebase. So here first I'm going to create a container here again, and here we'll use a decoration, a box decoration. Now here what I'm thinking, that first I will show the location at the top with the event image, event name, and the number of tickets they have booked. I think so I've shown the number of tickets in booking collection, if I am right. Yeah, I've shown the number of tickets and the price that the user have paid. So yeah, so we'll simply pass the color, we'll pass the colors dot white, something like this. Now once we have done this thing, let's pass the child, and we'll write a column widget, and we'll write children. Now as I've told you, I will show the location. So for that I need to simply use a row, write a children. Now the icon, which will be simply icons dot location on outline, and we'll simply pass the color, which will be colors dot blue. Yeah. So this is, you can see the container that we have used, but we can't see the border radius before that, like we need to pass a margin before that. So we'll write edge insert dot only, from the left let's keep it 20.0, from the right let's keep it 20.0, something like this. Now you can see the circular radius, and let's pass the margin, or let's pass the size box, let's keep the height up to 20.0. So here it is. Now here you can see the icon, but we'll do one thing. Let me show what I will do. I will simply pass I will pass material widget later on. I will not use now. So we need to copy the text widget here again, and we'll simply paste it something the row widget. And here for an example, I am just writing Mumbai, India. So this is the location where the event going to held. While let's decrease the font size up to 20, and let's keep it 500. I think so it's okay, I guess. Now we can simply pass the size box width, which will be 20.0. Now we can simply center this by using main, and we'll use main axis alignment dot center, main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, here in the column widget I will simply write why I'm writing children again. As I've told you, first I'm thinking that let's provide the border radius. So not a border radius, sorry, divider. So we'll use a divider over here, something like this, and it's okay, I guess. Let's do one more thing. We can do one thing, like we can provide a border, and the border will be simply border dot all. Now the color, which will be colors dot black 54, or let's keep it up to 38, something like this, and we'll keep the width up to 2.0. Yeah, so here it is. Now I think so it is good, I guess. You can't see anything, so I know you don't like the design now, but let me add, there will be some more thing over here. So let's provide the size box, and we'll give the height 20.0. Now I want this like container, I mean this container where you can see a circular radius, to use a complete height of the screen. So I will simply wrap up with expanded widget, and will tell them to use a complete height of the screen. Yeah, now let's do one more thing. Here in the column widget, we'll again use a row children, will use image dot asset, and will first pass the image from the images folder. So let's see the images folder, which is event.jpg. So we'll write event.jpg, will pass the height, let's keep the height 50, let's pass the width 50, feed boxfit.cover. Yeah, so this is the image. I know it's very small, so we'll increase the height and width up to 120, and here we have done, I guess. Now we can pass a size box. We'll pass a size box height up to 10.0, or rather than we can I don't want to use padding because there will be problem with a divider then. And here we can provide one more thing. Let's provide a border radius, which will be border radius dot circular, and let's keep it 20, something like this. It's okay, I guess. Yeah, now we can use a clip react border radius, and let's pass the border radius up to circular, and let's keep it 20. Yeah, so this is a event. Now we'll simply wrap up with a padding for this, just a row widget, and we'll write dot only from the left. Let's keep it 20. 20 will be too much, I guess. Let's keep it 10, sorry, bottom, which will be 20, and I don't think so we need to give from the top. It's okay, I guess. Let's keep it up to 10. 10, it's okay. Yeah, so here you can see the border radius and the event. Now we need to simply write the event name that the user have booked. So here in the row widget, I need to simply write a column widget. So we'll simply write a column, a children, the event name as I have told you. So we'll look for text widget again. So we'll simply paste, and we'll write event name, which will be honey sing concert. Yeah, now so this is here. We need to move over here something in the starting position. So again across axis alignment dot start, and we can provide width. So we'll write size box width 10.0, and if you want you can decrease a font size up to 18. It's up to your choice, like how you want to simply design and make your app really attractive. Yeah, so once you have wrote this concert name 19, I think so it's okay. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Yeah, now as I've told you, we're going to show the number of tickets, and I've already shown the location. I need to also show the date, like when, at which date this event going to held, so that the user can simply know that at this date they have booked the ticket, and they can simply check in the booking page, right? So here I need to do one thing. We need to use an icon.
So we'll write icons dot calendar month, and here we'll use a color which will be colors dot blue. Yeah. Now we need to use a cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now we'll pass a size box. Let's pass the size box 5.0, and we need to pass a date. So copy the text widget here again. We need to use a row, otherwise it won't work with an icon. And let's keep a random date. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can use a size box up to width, which will be a 5.0, something like this. Here now we need to copy the size box and the row again. We need to simply paste it over here, and here we need to show the number of tickets. So persons, person to persons, or yeah, so the icons I'm going to use, which will be a group. So this will simply show the number of tickets they have booked. So we'll simply show 3 over here, and just let's keep it 10. Yeah, I think so, it's okay. And just beside this, I want to simply show the amount that they have paid. Yeah, so to show the amount, I will simply copy the icon and thing again. We'll simply paste it over here. Now we need to show the dollar sign so that it will simply indicate the price. But before that, let's copy the size box with again. We'll paste over here, and let's keep the dollar sign, and let's $30 for an example for now. And if you want, you can see the show the amount in 20 and dot bold, so that it will simply highlight all this case, like how much amount they have paid, etc. Yeah, so this was that we have done for the booking page. Now if you want to simply center this, you can do one thing. You can simply remove this cross axis alignment that we have added. Where here. Yeah, so we'll remove this, and it will simply center this case. So here we have made just the UI for a booking page. Now let's get all the data from a Firebase. So again we need to use a stream builder. If you haven't followed the last part, or I think so we have done in 4th part, this is 6th part of this series. As I've told you, I will simply paste a complete playlist link in the comment box, so you can be a part of this complete event booking app series, as I think so there will be more 1 or 2 part, and we'll simply make this app from the scratch. Yeah, now here I will simply write a stream. Now in the stream I will write a stream name, which will be simply a booking stream. Yeah, now you can keep a first letter small, and let's get a data. But before that, let's write a function, and I will copy this function here again. We'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply rename this function name, which will be get bookings. And here I'm going to get a booking from the user ID, so that's why I need to pass a unique user ID of the user. So we'll write users dot doc ID dot collection, and we'll write the collection name, which is this collection, which is a booking. Yeah, so I will write booking. Yeah, so here it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart page, because I need to copy this function just up to here. Yeah, so we'll copy this, and we'll simply paste it over in the booking.dart page here, and let's give all the brackets so that okay, let's do one thing, otherwise you can't get like what to add and what to not to add. It will simply make you more confusion. So we'll simply paste all the thing over here, and we'll simply rewrite the code. So let's first get all the thing that we need, and we'll simply change the function name to all bookings, and we'll simply write a booking stream, something like this, booking stream. Now once we have done all this thing, let's copy the UI that we have wrote just for the data. So I think so it is correct. Yeah. So we'll copy this container from here. Let's cut this and let's paste something over here. Let's go down here, we'll paste it over here. Yeah, let's remove this date format, we don't need this, something like this. Here it is done. Now we need to show the location, so we'll write ds location. As I've told you, the field name should be exact. Let me check it is correct, which is ds location. Let's keep the image.asset as it is, because our image, you can see, is this is the user image. I didn't show the event image over here, so don't copy this image. This is the user image, not an event image. So if you want to get an event image, you need to simply pass a event image over where, let me show you. So in move to the detail page, and if you want to pass the event image, you need to do one thing. You need to simply write event image like this, and you need to simply pass widget dot image. So this is how you can simply pass the event image. As I'm trying to make this app just for the viewers who don't want to upgrade a Firebase to a Blaze plan, so that's why I'm trying to make it free for them. Now after this, let's move to the booking.dart page, and here we need to pass a concert name, or you can say event name. So our event name is, yeah, is just root event, so we'll write event, and date, so we'll write ds date. Yeah, now the number of tickets, so I think so it is in the number field. And now let's pass for the price, so we'll write ds, and let's pass, I think so it is total, not price, I guess. Let me check again. Yeah, total, it is total. Yeah, fine. Now let's pass a function so that I can get all these details. So we'll simply write on the load async booking stream equals to await. We'll write database methods dot get bookings, and here I need to pass an ID which will be the unique ID, and you already know that we have used a shared preference in last part, so that's why I am adding the shared preference now. So here I'm going to pass a string ID, and we'll get through the shared preference. So we'll write get the shared pref. Yeah, so this is our function name. We'll write id is equals to await shared preference helper dot get user id. We'll use a set state. Before on the load, I will simply call the get shared pref, so that I can simply get id first, then we can move to the further execution. Yeah, and we'll pass a set state. So here it is. Now we need to simply pass in the init state here again on the load, on the load. So here it is, and we have wrote some functions. Now let's pass all booking over here. We'll write all bookings. Now let's hot restart the app. We'll move over here, and here you can see that we got the detail from the booking page. Here you can see Mumbai, Honey Singh concert. This is Honey Singh concert. The date have been shown over here, the number of tickets, and the total price. So this is how our booking page is done. Now let's move to the home page back again, because the main thing that we have left till now, which is an upcoming events. But as you know that here it's show the date for the event, like it shows all the events we didn't add any filter over here to simply like remove a past events from here. So we'll move to the home dot back here again. Yeah, so here you can see that I have used truth line over here. So let me explain you. So in the current date, we'll get a current date like when we are using this app. So the app will simply check that if that date, like for an example it is December 13, then it will simply check that if the current date is after the date that have been shown in this event. So for an example, if the date have been passed, then the has passed will be false. Yeah, because it is, sorry, has passed will be true, sorry, because it is passed. And if it is false, then it will simply show this container. So we'll simply write that if it is has passed, then we'll simply show the container, and if not, then we'll simply show the gesture detector. Yeah, so as you can see, after running this event has been gone because it has been set to up to 13, and today's date is 13 when I'm recording this video. So that's why the video, sorry, not video, the event has been gone from here because it is not after. But for an example, if I will change to 14, then it will simply show the event over here. So this is how it going to work because the event is going to be held tomorrow. Now if the event is going to held today and user want to simply book the tickets for today, then that will create a problem for the advanced bookings. So that's why this case is best to simply check that the event is going to held like tomorrow, and it will simply show the upcoming events over here. So here it is done. Now here you can see the different categories. Now let's add the execution for these categories. So here let's move to the pages folder and we'll simply create a new file which will be categories event dot. Yeah. Now we'll simply import that by using a material dot, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be like categories event. Now here let's pass first the color to this screen. So we'll write a scaffold, now a body, a container. Now here I'm going to pass the exact color that we have passed in booking page as well as in the home page. So let's move and first close this function, and we'll copy this color and everything, and we'll simply paste it over here like this. Now we can simply pass a child, a column, and a children. Now here I need to simply pass the text which will be like a music event, a clothing event, a festival event. So here I will add one execution. I will show you how we'll do that. So for that we need to copy this text widget. I think so. Yeah, we need to copy this text widget. I'm right. And here we need to paste this. We need to wrap up with a row widget because as I want to simply show the back arrow over here so that I can simply move back to the home page when I'm selecting any of the categories from here. So for that I need to simply pass an icon which will be icons dot arrow back new iOS new rounded. Yeah, and let's, I think so default color is only black, so I need to pass a black. We'll use a size box with, let's pass a media query dot of context dot size dot width divide by, let's keep it 3. Now let me show the execution of categories event. So we'll write categories event. Yeah, so there are lots of space, I think so not look good, so we'll move over here. Now we can give some padding, so we'll wrap up with a padding edge inset dot only from the left 10.0, or let's keep it 20, and let's decrease up to 4. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Now here, as it won't be booking, I know that, so for that first let me create all the thing, then I will show you how the execution for work for different categories that the user choose. Yeah, so Let move to the booking page, and we need to copy this, and we need to simply paste it over here like this. You can remove this one. Yeah, so here you can see now we can pass a size box height 10.0, or let's pass up to 20. It's up to your wish what you want to show. Now here one comes a main thing, which is a string, and we'll write event category, and we'll simply get a event category from here. So to handle this, I will simply write categories event like this. We'll write this dot event category, and we'll pass a required function, something like this. Now let's move to the bottom name first. Bottom name, yeah, and we'll move to the home dot back here again. Let's close this. Now where we have shown the different categories in this list view. So what I'm going to do is that now I will wrap up with a gesture detector. Yeah, now in the onTap method, I will simply use a navigator function to simply push the user to the which page? Categories event page. So we'll write navigator.push material page root. We'll write a context. We'll push the user to the categories event. So write categories event, and now here I'm going to pass our category name, which is a music. So I'm simply writing music. Now let's do this case to all the other categories that we have added over here. Festival, and the last one will be food. So again we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tab, yeah, so we have added all the things that we need to do for the category. Now when I'll tap to this category, you will see that now you can't see that the headline of this category event because we haven't passed that. So we'll simply write widget dot, and we'll pass event category. Now you can see that it simply select show the music, not select, it simply show the music. And let's do up to 3, I guess, or 3.5 will be okay. Yeah, so here you can see the it shows a event name. Now when let's pass pop thing, so we'll write on tab gesture detector, we'll write navigator dot pop. So we'll write navigator dot pop context. Now I'll directly move back to the home page. Now when I'll select to clothing, it simply shows a clothing. Same it will do for the festival. So this is how we can simply show the headline for this page of the categories that the user select from the home page. So once it is done, let's move to the database.dart file, and here we need to show the events according to the categories. Like here when you will move to the event, you can see the category. So in this category there will be a category that the admin has been selected for the events. So we need to simply show only that events that have been selected by the user, right? So for an example, music, then we need to show all the events related to the music. We can't show the festival or clothing over here, right? So to handle this case, I will do one thing. Let's move to the home.dart file, and we need this widget like stream builder all same thing. We'll copy and we'll simply paste in event categories. The main thing we need to do a change is in the function. So again I will write a stream which will be a event stream, something like this. We'll call this, yeah, we'll call this, and a same for the detail page. So here it is done. Now once we have wrote all this,
we'll do one thing. We'll move to the database.dart file, and here I will simply get a data. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it over here. We'll write get event categories. Now here I will simply pass a category. We need to pass a category because it will going to match, as I've told you, the category that we pass. And we'll write events or event. Let me check. It is event. Yeah, so event dot, I need to get where. So this is dot where we'll simply check that if the category match with the category field that we have provided over here. So we'll simply write a category is equal to, and we'll simply match the category. So we'll write a category. We don't need an ID over here, so we'll simply remove this. Yeah, so here it is done. Now let's pass the function same over in categories event page. So we'll write get on the load, and here we need to write async all events. Sorry, why I'm writing all events? Sorry, event stream is equals to await database methods dot. Now there is one case I want to tell you, that the like event, like category name that you are passing over here should be the exact category name that you have shown in the admin panel also here, because it should be match exactly. Now if you think that if M will be small like music and you want to simply pass a capital M over here, then it won't match and you won't get a result, and you will simply think that everything is correct and why I'm not getting the result. So a simple like a capital and small M will also create a lots of problem to get a result. Yeah, so keep on mind that you need to simply match like each field and cat field detail while getting the data from the Firebase. So this is a few things that you need to keep on mind. So now we'll need to write event category. We'll write widget dot event category, something like this, and we'll pass a set state. Now in the init state I need to simply call this function, so which will be get on the load. So here it is done. Now all event will be as it is. We don't need to do a changes over here. We need to simply call this. So here I will simply write all events, and let's refresh this page and let's tap to event, and here you can see the event which is a music event, right? It is a music event. Now when you will move to the clothing event, you can't see because there is no event related to the clothing I have added. So let's pass padding and all so that it will look good. Yeah, so we can pass from like here, I think so we can pass like here. We'll pass a padding edge insert dot only from the left, which will be 20.0. Why it's gone? I think so we can't use a padding. Yeah, sorry, because all event is a widget. I'm wrapping up widget, which create a problem. Yeah, I'm getting why it's the error. Yeah, so let's pass the margin from the left 20.0. So here it is, and we do need to do same for here, which is our event name. So we need to wrap up with a padding edge insert dot only from the left 20.0. It worked on. Okay, we need to do same for the location dot only from the left 20.0. Yeah, so this is how we can simply add a different category, and our category part is also done. So now let's move to the admin panel, because the bookings that the user have done, we have already shown them in the booking page. But as I've told you that I have also added a tickets collection over here to show the tickets for the admin panel to verify that if the user have booked that ticket or not. Yeah,
So let's move to the admin here, and we'll simply create a new folder name which will be ticket event dot. And here first I'm going to import the package by why it's become a folder. So let's delete this and create it again. Ticket event dot. Yeah. So here we'll simply import by using material dot something like this. We'll write a stateful widget which will be like what, a ticket event. Yeah. Now we'll write a scaffold, a body, a container, a child, a column, and a children. Yeah. So here we'll try to create a same interface that we have done for the upload event thing. So I think so. Here we need to copy this row widget and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll simply rename the text widget to which is a ticket event. So let's write tickets, event tickets. What is tickets event? Let's write event tickets. Yeah, event tickets. Yeah. So here it is done, and here you can see this. Now you can't see this. I have just wrote a text. Now let's do one thing. What we will do, let's call this page first. So I will simply call the ticket events from here, something like this, and let's pass the space so that I can see the text widget. Text or text widget, both are the same thing. Now here we'll pass a margin as insert dot only, from the left 20.0, from the top which will be 40.0. So here you can see the event tickets. Now here I'm going to show all the tickets. So again we need to call our data from the tickets collection. So you already know that we need to use a stream builder. So we'll copy this widget thing here again. Yeah, and we'll simply paste it over here. We need to write a stream again, which will be stream event stream. Let's keep it ticket stream. Let's call this, we'll write ticket stream, and first we call our data. We'll remove all this unnecessary thing because we don't need this. Remove this. Yeah. Now here first I'm going to show the ticket. So I'm thinking to use the same style that we have done for the widget thing. So we'll copy the container here again. Let me copy the container and we'll simply paste it over here. Where? Over here. Let me show here. Yeah, it's correct, I guess. Why we are facing an error? Yeah, so here it is done, and we have passed our data. I need to pass document snapshot. It has been removed from here, so we need to copy this thing. We'll simply paste it over here. Yeah, so here it is. Now let's pass all tickets. So we'll write all tickets, and here we need to pass a data that we get from the tickets collection. So here we need to copy this snapshot from here, and we'll paste it over here, and we'll write a function name which will be get tickets. So write get tickets, and the collection name will be simply a ticket. Yeah, tickets. Yeah, so here it is. Now we'll write dot snapshot to get all the documents that present in tickets collection. tickets. We'll write what? We'll write on the load function so that I can call a function. We'll write async ticket stream equals to await database methods. So the database methods dot get all tickets. Sorry, why I've passed a category. Remove this category, don't need this. And the collection name is exact. Right here, we'll write get tickets. We'll pass a set state. In the init state, I will simply pass on the load. Yeah, I think so. All the data are same. We don't need to change anything. We need to only show the user image rather than the event image, because we have already passed the event name. So we'll write ds image, and let's pass the name of not a name. We'll write all tickets. Let's hot restart the here again app, and here you can see this is the user image. Yeah, so we can pass a size box. You pass the size box I20.0. Yeah, so here it is, and through this, let's keep it 0. Yeah, no, we need 10. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. So here you can see the ticket that the user have booked. So here you can see the location, the user image. So this is a normal image, but once the user will change the image, that image will be directly shown over here. The username, not a username, this is a concert name. We need to also show the username over here. So this is the name that we need to simply show over here. So for that, I need to copy and paste the thing, and will simply change the icon to icons dot person, and we need to show the username. So we'll keep the name over here, and this is the username that they have booked the ticket, the amount of ticket, the total amount, and the date, and etc. So this is the event ticket page. Like the admin can simply know that which user have booked how many tickets and for which date and for how many users, or you can say how many persons, and the amount that they have paid, and the location and all. So this is how the admin can manage all the tickets, and it will simply show in the admin panel. So first I'm going to create a profile page UI, then we are going to create a add a complete backend to the profile page. So let's move to the profile.dart, and you can see that we need to add all the things that make the complete profile page. So first I need to simply write a scaffold. So I will write a scaffold, now a body, a container, a child, and a column. Now here in the profile page, I will use the same color that we have passed for our booking page. So let's move to the bookings.dart, and here I'm going to pass the same color. So I will use this color and will simply paste it in the profile page, something like this. Yeah, now in the column widget, I will do one thing, what it will be. Yeah, so here we'll copy the text widget and this widget also, from where we can show the details, or you can say a profile of that user. Yeah, so here it is. Now here it's wrote booking, so I will simply change it to profile. So I will simply write profile over here, and here you can see now in the profile page, first I'm going to show the image of an user at the top. So I will use image.asset, or no, I not use image.asset, because as you know that we already saved the data locally by using a shared preference. So I'll use a string and will write an image. We need to get a username, his email, and his specific ID. Yeah, so we need to get all these details from the shared preference. So we'll again write get the shared pref function. Here we'll write async, and rather than writing all this thing, I will simply save the time by copying this code, and will simply paste it over here, which will be for id. And now we need to do same for the image. So we'll write image equals to await shared preference helper dot get user image. We'll do same for the name await shared preference helper dot get user name, and we'll do same for the email. So we'll write email equals to await shared preference helper dot get user email, something like this. So these are the four things that we need to simply show over here. So let's call this get the shared pref in the init state. So I will simply call the get the shared pref over here. Now here first I want to show the user image. Now you know that the image that we are getting here is in the form of the link. So I will use image.network. So we'll write image.network and we'll use just image here. So it simply says a null check thing. So let's refresh this page, or you can say hot restart, and let's move to the profile page first. And here it simply says a thing. This is because we need to use on the load rather than calling all this thing again. Use async await get the shared pref again a set state. I think so this way we can get a data. Still a same error because what's the problem is null check. It simply says that the image is null. Why the image is coming null?
So here you will see that how the profile page is completely done, but sorry for that. I was simply recording a video, but how the recording stops I didn't know about that. So this is some problem that I'm facing in my system, but do not need to worry. I will simply fix that. So I will tell you what all code I have written in the profile page. So as you seen that I was facing a problem in the profile page, so that was not a like a serious problem. We need to simply rerun the app again, and after rerunning the app I simply got my profile image, as you can see here. So here you can see that I've simply get my image by using a clip react, and I provide the border radius and image.network. So through the image.network I simply get my image. Yeah, now here you can see that I have created one, you can say, a container where I have shown the name, which is my name, and I'm getting the name through the shared preference, as you can see here. So I have shown you all how to simply write a shared preference and how to get a data from the shared preference, right? Now here let's move to the email section, and I have simply create one email through the container widget. So this is all the simple code that I have written. You can simply see that, or you can simply pause a video and can code for this thing, or if you want a source code, I will simply provide a source code link in the description box. You can simply get it from there. Yeah, now here I have also added one more section, which is contact us. Now I have added this section just for the profile page, but if you want to add some more thing like terms and condition, or maybe share app or something like option over here, you can simply show that. Now here I have added two more button, which is a logout and delete account button. So the logout button will simply, as you know, that simply log out the user and it will redirect the user to the onboarding page. And the delete account button, so while tapping to this delete account button, the user can simply delete the account, right? So these are the two buttons that I have added. So this is just a simple code that I have written in the profile page. You won't face any difficulty to write this code. Yeah, now you can see that in the log out, I have wrap up with a gesture detector as you can see here, and in the onTap method I have used this function. Now let me explain where this function is. So as it has simply written auth methods, so it has used a class name auth methods that we have written in the auth.dart file. So here you can see a class name auth methods, and here I wrote a function name which is sign out, and it is simply firebase auth.instance.signout. So this is just a single line of the code to simply sign out through the app and directly move to the onboarding page. Like sign out through the profile page and move to the onboarding page. Yeah, not through the app. Yeah, so here we need to simply call this sign out function that we have wrote in the class methods, and just below this you will see one more function which is delete user. So this delete user function, as the word says delete user, so you will think that we need to execute in delete account button. So you are right, because I have simply called a delete user, and we just need to write these two lines to simply delete the user details from the Firebase, and once the user have simply delete their account, they can simply move to the Firebase. Now when we'll move to the profile page here back again, you will see that I have written auth methods dot sign out as the function that I have shown you. Dot then, now once the user has signed out, what we need to do next? We need to simply push the user to the sign up page. So that's why I've used a navigator dot push replacement. Now the reason for writing a push replacement rather than push is because, like for an example, if the user have logged out from the app and they have moved to the sign up page. Now I don't want that the user can simply tap to the back button and they simply went back inside the app. So this is not make the app like user friendly. That's why I've used a push replacement. So it will simply provide a new route to the user, like once they have signed out and they move to the sign up page, and when they tap to the back button, the app will simply shut down. Yeah. So it will simply say that there is no position to move back from there. They need to simply again sign up in the app. So this is the how we need to use a push and push replacement. Yeah. Now once we have done all this thing, now let's move to the delete account button, and I've wrote same function for the delete account, like not a same function, a same way how I have written a logout button for the logout button. Yeah. So here I have written auth methods dot delete user. So here it is done, and this is how the profile page is made. Now here I have done one more thing in the app, is like here I have shown the, like in the home page all the things are done, but there is one more thing left, which is like this search bar, because I have already written a code for the search bar too. Now let me explain you what all thing I have written. So in the search bar, when you will write HON, so you can see that by just writing HO, it will show me all the events that starts from HO. So this is how the search bar works in many of the tech giants, like on Amazon, and you have seen on like YouTube and etc. So this is how the advanced search feature that I've tried to integrate in the app. So let me show you what all code we have written for the search bar. So let's move to the home page, and here you will see that I have written a query result set and a temp search store. So this is a to list where I'm going to store all the, like for an example, if I will write HO, then it will show me all the events that starts from HO, right? Now if I write M, then it will keep on like as a filter, like which all events starts from HON. Yeah, so this is like advanced search. You know that how it works. If you have definitely used somewhere in the Amazon, I know that. So it will simply store all the events in this list, and through the initiate search function, I will simply search up events that the user right here. So yeah, so here you will see that I have added one more thing, which is an updated name. Now you will think that what I have written in the updated name. So here you will move to the upload event.dart page, and here you can see the updated name. So I have tried to simply make the updated name to uppercase so that the user can simply search for the specific event. Like there will be, for an example, if the user is entering the H in the capital letters, uh, yeah, for an example, if they will try to enter a letter in the capital letters like HON over here, then the app will won't face any problem to simply get a result. They can simply get the result while they will write in a capital or small letter. So that's why I have simply made the updated name to uppercase, and here I have used the search key. Now in the search key I need to simply get a, so here you can see the search key. Now in the search key I need to simply keep a first letter of the event name. So through this I am getting just a first letter of an event name. Let's move to the Firebase and let me show what all things I have written. So here you can see that in the updated name I've simply changed this name to an uppercase, as you can see, and as I've told you, the search key will simply store a first letter of any event. So here you can see H. Yeah, so this thing are done. Now let's move to the home.dart back again, and here I have just passed one thing like where over here. Now in the text field, as you can see that I have simply passed on change method. So for an example, if the user starts typing on this text field, then the initiate search function will automatically get called and will simply show the details over here. So these things are totally easy. If you think that these are complex, so do not need to worry, because I have used a search bar, as I've told you that many times before in my series, like in the e-commerce app, a food delivery app. I have also tried to use in the recipe app. So there you can see that this is the search feature that I've integrated. So this is how the search feature work, and here you will see that I have used a search boolean character, and if the search will be true, then it's going to show all the search related to the thing that have stored in the temp search store list. So these are all the things that we have written for our search bar. Now let's move to the main thing, which is like showing a current location. Now here the current location, I want to simply show the all the events in my locality, or you can see in the city. Like if the events going to hell like 100 and 200 kilometers away, then how can I simply book that event to go that much far, right? So that doesn't make any sense to simply show that events in the home page. So that's why I have shown this like a search feature, not a search feature, a current feature, like a current location feature, so that the user can simply know that in their location how much events that going to help. So this is the new thing that I have tried to simply integrate in this app, and I didn't like add any time before in my any of the series. So this is the new thing that I want to simply teach you all, right? So for that we need to add some of the packages, because we need to simply get a geolocation of an user, right? So to get a geolocation of an user, we need to use some packages like geolocator and geocoding, I guess. Yeah. So here I will simply write, move to the Pub.dev, and will simply search geolocator over here. And in the geolocator, we'll move to the installing, and we need to just copy this package and we need to simply paste in the perspec.ml file. Though I've already pasted them in the perspec.ml file, as I have told you that there was a problem. So a geolocator package I have already pasted them, and you will see that we need also one more package which is geocoding. So this is the thing that we need to simply add on. So sorry, geocoding, you can simply search that in the Pub.dev and you will simply get a geocoding package. So this is the package. Now let's move to the geolocator, because if you are using the geolocation, then you need to also add some of the things to get a, for an example, if you have added a geolocation in the
Android app or an iOS app, then they need to also ask a necessary permission from the users who are using the app, right? They can't simply like get a geolocation without asking any location permission. So these are the important things that we need to add on. So here you can see that in the usage part, you will see that there is an Android thing, and here for the Android, you need to simply add these two lines in the Android manifest file, right? And you can also add this one. So these are the three main commands or permissions that you can simply add on Android app src main android manifest.xml. So as you can see here, I have added these three commands, or you can say permissions, in the Android manifest file. Now when you'll move to the iOS, and let's move to the iOS, and here you can see that we need to, this command to be added in the info.plist file to simply ask a user for the usage of their location. Yeah, permission, they, it simply says that this app needs access to location when open. Yeah, so this is the thing that we need to simply add in the info.plist file to access a geolocation in our device. So I have run the app successfully. Now I will show you what all details like a location I get over here. Now I'll simply hot restart the app, and here you can see that I have added some of the code for the get current city. Like here I wrote a string current city, and this is the function that we have added to get a current city. And here you can see that I have added unnecessary permissions to simply get a device location, and you need to simply write this code over here and make sure that you will pass that in the on the load function over here. So once you have done all this thing, now I can show you what current city I am getting over here. So I will simply write a string detail over here, which will be a current city, something like this, and will simply hot restart the app. Now here you can see a null check error because we have passed a thing. So we need to do one thing. We can simply pass like a current city is equals to null is true, then we'll simply show the circular progress indicator. Yeah, something like this, and we'll simply just center it with a center widget. Yeah, so this is the thing we need to pass, and here you can see the my current city is showing San Francisco. Now don't think that I am sitting on US or something. So this is the emulator that I have used to get a current location. So if you are running the app on the real device, then it will show you the current location. If you try an emulator, that won't work because emulator is just attached to your system you are using. So that's why it's showing a San Francisco. I'm from India, so don't think that I'm sitting at US and San Francisco. So that's why it's showing a location something like this. Now let's pass the name over here. So to pass the name, I need to simply pass like this a name, and through the shared preference I will simply get the name, which is get the shared pref, get the shared pref. And here now I'm going to pass the name, which will be name equals to await, yeah, shared preference helper dot get user name, something like this, and we'll simply pass a set state. Now we can simply pass get the shared pref in our on the load get the shared pref, and now I can simply pass the name like hello Shivam. It is a fixed name, but now I can simply pass the name through which I have simply log in the app. Now here I will simply use plus and will simply pass the name something like this. Yeah, so now we need to simply hot restart the app again, and here you will see the complete name that I have used to simply log in the app. Now if you don't want to show the complete name, you can also show the first name. Like you just need to remove some word from the space, and it will simply show the first word of the name. Yeah, it won't show the surname. Now here I want to show the total number of events that present around my location. So to handle this case, I need to simply write an integer and we'll write a location. Let's keep like event number is equals to 0, something like this. Now you can simply pass the event number something like this. Like here, just below the document ds, you can simply check that if the current city, like the current city that has been shown over here, so we'll write current city is matches is equals to the ds location, then we'll simply add the event, like the event we are getting. So we'll simply add the event number 2 plus 1. So we'll write event number plus 1, something like this, and we'll set like this. So once we find a city that matches the location of an event, then we'll simply show the event number something like this, and we can simply show the event number over here. Yeah, I think so. We have added all the things that we need to require for the event booking app, and here it is. But before we close to this last part, let me show you one more thing. So here I will simply log out, and here you can see we directly move to the sign up page, and here you can see the admin panel. Now I'll tap to this admin panel text, and this is the admin login page. Now I need to simply add a unique username and the password that I have provided to this admin panel, and this is the home admin page from where I can simply manage all the admin panel. Like I can simply navigate to the upload event, event ticket page and everything. So this is how the home admin going to work. So congratulations, you have developed a fully event booking app from the scratch. I know that you definitely love this series because we have learned lots of things in this event booking app series, and here we come to the end of event booking app series. But if you haven't hit that like button till now, then show your support by hitting that like button, and let's be a part of this channel by hitting that subscribe button. So hit that subscribe button because there are some more awesome series that I'm planning to bring in this channel really soon. And if you need a source code of this app, then I will simply provide the link in the description box. You can simply get the source code from there. Until then, keep coding, keep having fun. I will see you next time. Thanks for watching.